Hey, Annette and Chucky. There's nothing going on tonight. Everybody's through fishing. Had a tournament out today. And I decided I'd get up here and see what was going on. Everybody eating leftover turkey. Hey, Big Mike, saw you went fishing last night, I think. Glad to see you got to go finally. Yeah, good challenge today. The two rivers, and then the bank fishing was a good deal. With oh heck, I can't even remember who it was now. But they had a good program. And then Danny and some of the guys were fishing later on after all that. But it's been raining here all day. Old dreary, cloudy day. Yeah, we missed you too, Mike. I always watch you when you live when I can. I wasn't able to watch yesterday because I had company. But yeah, I always watch it. I watch you throwing them big rods and heavy weights. Shirena and JBT. Yeah, I got to send out my condolences, I guess, tonight to Jeremy Tournament Cat and John All Outdoors Adventures or whatever his channel is. Y'all know who I'm talking about, Jeremy Tournament Cat and John All. It's just really pitiful that Clemson and Ohio State got shellacked today. Oh, man. Next time I see Jeremy, I want to ask him if he's going to start wearing South Carolina shirts instead of them Clemson shirts. Hey, Chris. Oh, stirring the pot. Yeah, I watched most of that Michigan, Ohio State, and Michigan put it on them, boy. A little quarterback from Michigan. Hadn't done too much all year, really. But he put on a show today. Oregon lost to Oregon State. Well, is anybody? I don't even know if they've come on, but is LSU and Texas A&M on TV yet? I don't know. I think they play at 6. They ought to be playing. I don't know. Well, being from Mississippi and the South, we eat, sleep, and breathe college football down here and high school football. And I'm not as bad on it and crazy about it as I used to be, but I am an SEC fan, Southeastern Conference. Hey, Travis. And if LSU can win big tonight, I think that the Southeastern Conference will have a chance of having two in the Final Four, except that LSU still got to play Georgia for the SEC championship. Now that really hurts the Southeastern Conference. Hey, Alvin, having that daggone playoff. Because if Georgia was to beat LSU, then LSU would have 3 losses, and I don't believe they'd put a 3-loss team into the Final Four. And if LSU beats Georgia, Georgia might drop out of the Final Four. I don't know. But I do know that LSU has been playing some good football since week 2. That Kelly, whatever his name is, down there, he got them cutting up. 7-0 Texas A&M. Well, that's about right. LSU's a long shot to get in. They're not a long shot to get in. It's a long shot to stay in because they still got to play Georgia. Hey, Rattle Trap. Hey, Mike Greenwell. Boy, y'all tried to pull it off today, Mike. Caught a lot of fish. Just couldn't get on the right fish. Yeah, Brian Kelly. That's right. Brian Kelly. Yeah, he's going to do good at LSU. There's plenty of money down there. Over 50% of the population of Louisiana lives below Highway 10, which he's a little bit north of Highway 10, not much. And Louisiana has some of the best high school football that there is. They are every bit as good as Texas. They just don't have population, I guess, but some mighty strong football players come out of Louisiana, especially South Louisiana, and he's gonna do good at LSU. Yeah, Mike. I was pulling for the Ohio. I didn't say anything too much, but I was hoping you River Boys would win. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's kind of, I'm probably making a lot of folks upset a lot of folks, but I just don't buy TCU. I don't buy any of those schools. I don't care if they're 26-0. They'll walk off. I just don't buy those. Not the same caliber football. No, I ain't going. I put everything up. I'm not going out there in the wintertime when it's cold, Mike. These old bones just won't allow it. And I just don't want to go through the hassle of going out there in the boat. I could go out there in the boat and catch some good fish, but man, I ain't up to it anymore, man. You get there one of these days. Just hope you still want to get outside and do something, whether it's fishing or metal detecting or walking around the neighborhood. Your priorities change when you get a little age on you. But it's better than the alternative. I guarantee all of y'all that. I heard him talking about age this afternoon. How are you gonna be on your birthday? And how will I be this on my next birthday? Hell, I can't even remember when I was 57 years old. That's shit. That was 18, 19 years ago. Hell, I don't even remember. I don't even know what I was doing when I was that age. But y'all did good. Hey, Danny, I gave you a big like this afternoon. I didn't say anything. I was watching you. The river's on a tear, but it's going up, but it's going to go right back down, so they say. Big 5'7", Danny Stone. Well, I guarantee you I'm not pulling for Notre Dame, so. Let me just say I'm not neutral, but I really don't give a damn who wins it. Oh, I'm an awful guy. I'm cussing on the YouTube. I heard Roger let one slip this afternoon. Oh, when he said heck, he meant to say heck of a fish. Oh well. I don't know if any of my grandsons or sons are on here tonight. They don't ever talk, but a lot of times they watching. And I like to have to whip 3 of them this weekend. And I don't think none of them think I'll jump on them. But I thought I was gonna have to get on them a couple of times. Come in my house wearing a damn cap. And they all know better. I don't know where my 2 sons get off letting the kids wear a cap in the house. As many times as I knocked them over their heads when they were little. I guess that's a pet peeve that some old folks have, and I'm one of them. I just cannot stand for somebody to wear a cap in the house. And they come back, bebopping up in here with caps on. And then, yeah, a little bit when I tell them to take them off. 7-7 LSU. Travis, are you in the South, or you even give a flip? Oh, I don't, I don't let catfish get in my way, Danny. I was pulling for Michigan to win. Well, actually, I was pulling for either one of them to win big, because that way it'll knock one of them out of the top 4, and it might give LSU a shot at getting in, another Southeastern Conference team. That was my only reason. North Georgia, okay, Travis. Yeah, well, you sitting pretty if you're in North Georgia, unless you're a Georgia Tech fan. I'd like to hear some comments on the caps in the house deal. I bet a bunch of y'all do wear a cap in the house. That depends on how old you are. Seems like some of these generations done lost respect for their mama. The heck with Georgia Tech. Oh, you ain't a rambling wreck, huh? Well, the first one I ever had knocked off my head, my granddaddy knocked it off my head. And he told me I was going to have more respect for my grandmother than that. I was about 4, 5 years old, I guess. The first thing he said, Bud, he said, take your cap off in the house. I don't remember it. This is what my mother told me. Bud, take your cap off in the house. That's what they all called me when I was little. And apparently I didn't reach up there and get it right that second. So Mama said the next thing happened was that cap was flying off the wall. He just knocked it off my head. And I guess I learned from then on. I didn't really learn. I guess Mama talked to me and told me don't come in the house with cap on ever. The heck with Georgia Tech. That's a good school, man. But it's just a rivalry, that's all it is. Didn't Georgia Tech used to be in the SEC? I think Georgia Tech used to be. Georgia Tech and Tulane both used to be in the SEC. Hey, Tim. I think in my lifetime, Georgia Tech and Tulane have been in the SEC. I believe I'm right on that. I know Tulane had, but I was thinking Georgia Tech was at one time too. And be careful when you talk about way back now. I've been to Tulane SEC football games. I don't remember when Georgia Tech was in there, but I'm pretty sure they were. I'd rather see Georgia Tech or Clemson or North Carolina State. I'd rather see some of them in there than, well, I'm not going to get into that. I ain't going to say that. I'm going to shut up before I make somebody mad and they unfriend me on Facebook and cut out all my subscriptions. And Danny lost Black Betty and then found her. That's something else there now. And one of the fishermen on the bank tournament today caught a 31-pounder. That's pretty good. Pretty neat. And are you still in here, Danny? I think so, Ted. You still in here, Danny? I guess he's gone. They were giving lessons today on what the guys that taught them about fishing ledges. And Danny said bank fishermen have been knowing that all along. Well, because that's the only place they can fish in the Mississippi anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'm just now became a bank fisherman, but hell, everybody knew you're supposed to fish in ledges from a boat or from the bank or whatever. CBA. You know, we on the bank we throw them little lightweight sort of wash around to the ledge, and on the out of a boat usually big heavyweights to hold it at the ledge. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's something new. They got a name for it now, Mike Greenwell. They call it a swing rod. We always call it just fishing the legs because that's where you want to fish. That's where you're supposed to fish. That's where the fish go. That's where they are. But in the Mississippi, if you fishing in a boat, most of the time it takes somewhere around 12 ounces to hold it. And you fish one up on top of the ledge, one down the ledge, and then two or three. And you had that hole, and you threw another one out wide. We call it throw it out wide. Y'all call it swing. Throw it out wide to the next ledge. But you got to have some heavy weights on them rods to hold them in those 4 or 5 spots. You don't throw them 6 ounces from the boat out there and hold it. You got to throw at least 12. Now from the bank, you throw a 6 and let it drift around to the ledge. But from a boat, it's hot. You gotta put some weight on it to hold the weight, hold the bait there at the ledge, or you'll have them all jammed up together in one spot. You said that, Tim. I didn't. Hey, TV. I just sent a buddy of mine a little short from California. That's funny as hell. Oh, this cop stops these folks and he he says, "Y'all got any?" He's smelling, he's sniffing. He said, "Y'all got any dope in there?" He said, "Yeah, we got some dope." He said, "Well, show it to me, please." And they handed him a bag, and he smelled it. He said, "Yeah, that's dope." He said, "Where'd you buy that at the local shop?" He said, "No, we brought it from Denver." He said, "Oh, okay." He said, "Well, if you don't mind, throw it out on the ground." He said, "Throw it away." He said, "Yeah, throw it out." And as he set the ticket in there, he said, "Look, I'm not giving you a ticket for speeding. I'm giving you a ticket for littering." The guy said, "Littering? What?" He said, "Yeah, littering." Yeah, I guess he did. That was funny. He threw his dope out on the ground because he bought it in Denver. He didn't buy it locally. Yeah, he wrote him a ticket for littering. I thought that was pretty cute. Yeah, I wish Danny's still been up here and get him started. He must be trying to eat some leftover turkey. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the trash. Trash. That's what he said, trash. He called it dope trash. Yeah, that's what he said, trash. Called it trash, Tim, not the crap. that dope is trash. Hey, Otis. How you doing, y'all? That must be a good old Southern boy. Y'all. Well, look, did I put that thing up there? Yeah, somebody come on up here with me. Don't be bashful. I don't know where Troy is. I figured Troy come up. So somebody come on up here and help me talk. I didn't get any comments on my cap indoors, so I'm assuming y'all all must wear caps in the house. Which that's a terrible habit. That's worse than dipping snuff. Texas A&M fan. I imagine you are with that TX up there. Which that's all right. Nothing wrong with the Texas A&M. I just don't want to do anything against LSU tonight. For LSU's sake, and I don't care too much. I don't care too much about LSU, but I would like to see the SEC have. Yeah, man. I guess so. I don't know. I reckon that's a courtesy that's being lost in the world. In this country now, I guess it is. I guess I'm just an old fogey that living in the past. I don't know, but that's the way it is. I was telling my sons and grandchildren about an incident that happened to me with a cap. It was in 2002, I reckon it was. I was selected. I won the state. TCE. I won the state baseball championship in our division that year, and that made me the coach of the All-Star team. And I turned it down. I didn't want to do it. I wasn't even going. I didn't want to do it, but I had two boys that made the All-Star team off of our baseball team, and it went to a coach that was at that point in time. He was the winningest high school football coach in Mississippi in football, and he had coached the All-Star football game. He had coached the All-Star basketball game. I don't know if he coached boys, but I know he coached the girls All-Star. But he never had been chosen to coach the high school baseball team. So they put him in there, and my kids talked to me, my two boys that was on the team, and convinced me to go down there. And so I went as an assistant coach. And this man, quite a few years older than me, ex-Marine, World War II. No, Vietnam. And we were signing these boys in the dormitory at this college that we were staying at for this All-Star game. North Mississippi going to play South Mississippi. I was in North Mississippi. Well, I was standing there, and the other coach was standing there, and Coach Joe was there. This boy walked up with a cap on. Everybody back there, we had a man standing at the door of the dormitory telling them to remove the caps. This boy walked up with his cap on. Coach Joe says, "You got a mama?" The boy said, yeah, she's out in the car. And he was standing there about 3 from being checked in. And Coach Joe said, well, if you don't take that cap off, you going back wherever you come from with your mama. He took his cap off, kind of pouted around there. You know how kids do. Joe didn't say nothing to him. So it took a few minutes to sign everybody, each person in. So he got about 2 more signed in. And when this kid walked up there to sign up, he put his cap back on. And Joe says, son, I don't know who you are or where you from, but there's the door and there's your bags. Go. I'm kicking you off the team. He sure did it. And of course, him being who he was, I couldn't have got away with something like that because, you know, I wasn't that high up in the ranks of coaches. But he sent him home. That boy never did even get to sign up for a dorm room. His mom and daddy come in there. Joe met him at the door. He told him what happened. And he said, take him home. He ain't going to be on my team. He said he can stay down here if he wants to, but he ain't going to be on my team. Now, check that out. That's pretty tough. Clemson fan. Well, condolences to you today, too, then. Again. South Carolina put it on the boys from Clemson. You and JTC can cry in you. Buy y'all a beer and sit there and cry in it, I reckon. I hate it for you. But as an Ole Miss fan, I know how getting beat feels. You can almost get used to it. The Horned Frogs. I was recruiting message board. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, David Smith, you said Ole Miss was going to beat Arkansas, too. Well, how does that playoff go? Let's just say it all stays the same. Now, who's going to move into number 4? Because surely Ohio State going to drop out. They got swamped today. Surely they'll put Ohio State out. USC and Notre Dame playing right now. What's that score? LSU going to have trouble staying there because they got to play Georgia in the SEC championship game. Now, if they won, I don't see them beating Georgia. Notre Dame, nothing. Well, beating Notre Dame ain't no big deal. They ain't nothing. They ain't. David Smith, you must be trying to accommodate Tim Molina. They beat them early though, Tex. That Kelly, that Coach Kelly, and he got them playing football now. They have been like the last 8 or 9 weeks. Well, but the referees didn't call it that way, and that's usually the way it goes. You own to something, David, but my son and I were watching to make sure the referees didn't get that phone call from Birmingham. And when they called that first touchdown back for a long run for, I believe it was Arkansas, we kind of thought maybe the fix was in, but then it leveled out, and no, it they didn't call it against Arkansas. Usually goes with the referee. Yeah, they'll be in the top four, but are they going to stay in the top four? Because, see, they still got to play Georgia. That's the problem with the SEC having it. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, Tim. My condolences to you. Well, the Sooners think it was tough in the Southwest Conference and whatever else, the Big 12. They're gonna think the roof blew off the house when they get in the SEC. When all they can do is hope to win a home game. Yeah. They're going to be having in for a rude awakening when they have to play football every weekend. When even the worst team can beat you by 30. Well, David, I got a lot of years on you. And I grew up in the 60s when Ole Miss football, Georgia, Alabama football, LSU's always been good football. When we had no chance of ever hardly playing for anything. Because the sports writers in those days, and I'm going to name the team, y'all going to laugh at it, but they always wrote up Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan, Colorado, Nebraska, and the two California teams, and one more, Penn State. And I remember one year that Syracuse, they had Ernie had a running back. Ernie, God dang, that boy was good. Can't remember his last name. But he was a stain, and Syracuse slipped in there on him. Yeah. What was Ernie's name from Syracuse, that big running back? Some of y'all might remember. He was a stomp down pony, and then there was a boy from I believe he was from Army. Molino, that upset the cart one year. But the Southern teams never got anybody even close to hardly playing for a national championship. They had to be undefeated, and they had to win by like 20 points every game for them to even get in the top 10. Ole Miss went undefeated one year, and they didn't get nothing. So maybe one poll might have had them ranked number one. And then Staubach came along for Navy, and he put Navy on the map for a year or two. But it was always Notre Dame and the USC and UCLA and Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State. Hey, Brian B., come on up here and help me, Brian B. I'm lost. I done run out of something to talk about. I know you don't know nothing about football, but I don't either. Come on up here and help me out. Tim, what was that? What was that big running back for Army? His name was similar to yours. Hey, Uncle Lou. Yeah. Yeah, I was pulling for them Iowa boys today against the Toe Frogs, but I don't guess it came to pass. Hey, bud. But I'm pretty prejudiced toward the South. I ain't pretty prejudiced. I'm real prejudiced. Yeah, Woody Hayes tackle players from the other team over there on the sideline if he got a chance. He proved that. Oh yeah. Well, no, this is before the '60s. What was that? Somebody looked that up. Big running back for Syracuse. His name was Ernie something, and then a big running back for an Army. Hey, Jody. All right, Brian. And his last name was Molina. Hell, it wasn't Molino. It may have been Molino, but that don't look right. Molina. I don't know. Somebody, I ain't gonna do it. Y'all have to take my word for it. If you don't want to look it up. I wish some of y'all would send me your email addresses. I mean your home addresses so I can send out some stickers. I need to get shared of some of these things I got. I got one to mail out to Chris Everett. But I need to go on and mail some of these things on out. They drawing bugs over here in my desk drawer. If you ain't got one, I wish you'd send me a message so I can get you one. It's only $1 and a self-addressed stamped envelope. Best deal going right now. Yep. Joe, did you catch a good one this weekend? Yeah, I remember Pete Dawkins. Remember the name. I remember the name. Molina? Yeah, okay. I guess y'all gonna make me look this up. No, this ain't the guy. Yeah, I saw that, Joey. Yep, I saw it. Good fish. It's a good fish. And I don't remember Bob Kowalski. Well, maybe he didn't play for Army. I can just remember that boy. I remember he had arms about that damn big coming out from under them shoulder pads. They playing at Notre Dame. Are they playing in South Bend or in California? I may be off track on that Army deal. Well, I don't see it on here either. At USC, well, I bet they are. Yeah, the USC cheerleaders. Any of them got on chartreuse uniform. Now they get a thumbs up. They do that. Damn, my hair won't get out of my eyes. Man, hot dog. I wish somebody come on up here. Y'all are killing me. Jody, you were able to talk. I know this is old news, but LSU is a cinch. They already won it, David. It don't matter if they get beat. They've already won the West. I know this is old news, but that's the reason Arkansas had to put down artificial turf on their football field, so the cheerleaders wouldn't be grazing at halftime. Huh. That's old. Fire David Smith up. Yeah, LSU. Yeah, LSU would go into the championship game with 3 losses, and Georgia beat them. They'd have 4 losses. I tell you that SEC West is pretty tough now. I don't care. They got turf, okay. I mean, grass. They must have had a fleet of good-looking girls come out of high school last year too. I'm anxious to see what they're going to do when Texas and Oklahoma come in. How they going to split all that up? I don't know how they're going to do it. Only thing I know for sure, that I know for a fact, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, and Arkansas are going to take a screwing, however they do it. Yeah. You talking about Brian Kelly, Chris, Indiana Chris, the boy at LSU? Yeah, Brian Kelly. The only difference in those 3 or 4 schools and LSU is what they call the Mississippi Mafia. And it stretches all the way from Beaumont, Texas to Mobile, Alabama, which is where a whole lot of football players come from. That strip across there below I-10, but in all 3 states. And if he does something like that to LSU, he probably won't coach nowhere else. He probably won't even walk nowhere else. He came there to coach football, and that's what he better do. And there's a whole lot of other stuff goes on in that part of the world, and they don't go on everywhere. Yeah, Tim, it's going to be bigger than you think. It's going to be a lot bigger than you think when Georgia and Alabama come calling. And LSU, they'll come calling. Auburn, whoever they hire, they'll come calling. Okay, he's a good coach now, ain't no doubt. Yeah, it's a lot of those schools that have they got feelers in every town all over this country, and when you go to compete against the money that some of these people over here pay for football players, especially with this NIL the way it is now, it's going to be. I can say this about Arkansas: Tyson and Walton better get off of the money because they had to compete against a bunch of big money to get some of these players out of these. Well, the SEC was already recruiting big in Texas, but they're gonna open Oklahoma up now. Oklahoma ain't gonna be getting all them boys that they normally all they have to do is go visit a couple of times when they come to Norman. That ain't gonna be the way it is. They don't know what recruiting's all about till they start recruiting in the SEC. And when they bring one of them boys to Ole Miss or to Tuscaloosa, and they put them 7, 8 good-looking blonde co-eds on them, they ain't gonna know how to handle all that. And they'll forget that red dirt in Oklahoma quick. They don't know what recruiting's all about. I'm just telling you, Tim. Yeah, and it ain't just the Mississippi coast though, David. It runs the whole that whole bow of the coast. Yeah, see, y'all got access to that money. Ole Miss, all they got is money from the lawyers and a couple of big tire companies. Mississippi State got a bunch of farmers, that big money. State and Ole Miss don't have that kind of money. They ain't never gonna have that kind of money. Hell, half of Ole Miss's lawyers, they in prison. Not half of them, but a few of them. We don't have that kind of money in this state. Texas got all that oil money, and hell, they still can't win. A&M got all that oil money. Hell, they still can't win. Oklahoma got plenty of oil money. And they ain't going to be in the Final Four. So you got to, I'm just telling you, they don't know what recruiting is out west. They just don't understand recruiting in the South. And now it's legal. Lord have mercy. It's legal. I'll make a little prediction right here in front of 18 people with the NIL money and the history of Auburn football and their violations that they ain't never been charged with. $50,000 to put a roof on a church for Cam Newton's daddy. Nothing was ever done about it. Auburn in 5 years, Auburn may win the NFL championship. now that they done turn them crooks loose down there. Hey, Stephen Carley. They done turn the crooks loose down there with all that NIL money. Yeah, they may play for the NFL championship same year they win the college football championship. What do you think, Indiana Chris? You reckon that could be possible? They win the NCAA championship, and then 2 weeks later they win the NFL championship. They turn them crooks loose in South Alabama, and ain't no telling what's gonna happen. Oh boy. I tell you what, if I had a kid coming along right now that was a senior in high school or a junior in high school about right now, and he was a world beater, and he asked me, Daddy, where do you think I ought to go play? I'd say as far away from the Southeastern Conference as you can go. I said, because they finna start killing folks in football games with this NIL being what it is. Boy, howdy. Well, we would think that. We would think that, Stephen. But I don't know. I think there you go, Dave. Stephen Carter, I think that that's just my personal opinion there. I think Kirby Smart is the guru now. I think Coach Saban finally had a student or a protege or a apprentice that has carried the game on to the next level past Coach Saban. Kirby Smart is, I guess I'm saying he's probably the next Era Parsegian, the next Bear Bryant, the next Nick Saban, the next Brian Kelly, whatever you want to call him. Well, whose fault is that, Stephen? That's his fault. He's the one that hires them and fires them. I've heard that name, Mike Norrell. I've heard that name. I don't know where he is. But right now, and Georgia has some great football talent, and right now, Kirby Smart has his pick of the litter, as long as he don't screw it up. I see where Coach Pittman fired a strength coach at Arkansas. At least that's a rumor. I guess he did. He fired a strength coach. People don't realize how important that is in a football program, especially in this day and time. They ain't gonna keep Cadillac. I don't believe they'll keep him. Well, there's two coaches out there that I'll give you their names and that can win in the SEC. They've proven they can win in the SEC, and both of them have got some baggage. But both of them can win in the SEC. And my number one pick, ooh, this is awful to say. But if I could hire the coach at my favorite team, the team I follow, if they gave me the say, Steve Adams, you go hire a football coach and whoever you want, who y'all think I'd pick? David Smith, some of you fellas that follow college football. Who would you care to guess who I would pick as the next coach at Ole Miss if they gave me the choice? He would be number 2, Steven. He'd be my second choice. Second one. No. I'll give y'all a hint. He rides a motorcycle. Hell no, I wouldn't hire Gus Malzahn. No. He rides a motorcycle, and he likes big, tall blondes that play volleyball. That would be my pick. And if I had a daughter at Ole Miss, I'd have them. No, I don't want Gus. I don't even want Gus to move in my neighborhood. I don't care if they ran him off. I don't care if they ran him off. If he ever got back in the big time, he's a football guru. He is a football guru. I think Texas A&M may have ran Bear off. Yeah, Bobby Petrino. I would hire him in one. It would. My heart wouldn't even beat once if they gave me that. If they gave me that power, I didn't. As bad as old and crippled up as I am, I'd even go help him move his furniture. But now Freeze would be my number 2 choice, the Right Reverend. And he's a hypocrite. He's everything that you ain't supposed to be as a grown man, but you're talking college football and it's a business, and he's the only coach. I don't think Kirby's done it yet, has he? He's the only coach to beat Alabama 2 years out of the last 10 or 15. So that. Yep. If I was Auburn, I'd wanted them to be the 2 guys I'd go after. If they're looking for a coach, that would be the 2. What the hell they want with Lane Kiffin? He's just a good coach. He ain't no super coach. Not like them 2 boys. Yeah, but look at what several of them have done for Memphis. That was another coach right before Norvell. Had a Freitas or Freitas, or had kind of a Hispanic last name. What was his name? He did real good and left Memphis and went east. I can't remember but he was coaching for a pretty good school. I can't remember his name. June Jones. Is he still in Hawaii? Yeah, Norvell did good. Norvell did good in Memphis, but that boy before him, he went to Nebraska from Memphis. What was that boy? It started with an F, didn't it? Last name was an F, like Freitas or Fuentes. Wasn't it Fuentes? Yeah, Freitas or Fuentes, Tim. I believe it was Fuentes. He did good in Memphis. Memphis has some good high school football now. If they can survive, I think that's who that was, Tim. The only thing about Memphis and boys got to survive till they're seniors without getting killed. If they graduate out of Memphis, they some tough boys now, no doubt. Okay, he retired. I'll tell y'all something about Memphis State. It's now the University of Memphis. When I came along, it was Memphis State. I played baseball at a little school here in the Delta called Delta State. We used to play LSU, Memphis, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Memphis State, Northeast Louisiana, Arkansas State, a bunch of the Arkansas schools, and a few Alabama schools. And we'd go to those big schools and we'd eat with the students. They'd give everybody a ticket to eat, a cafeteria ticket, and you just get in line with the students, but it'd be the whole baseball team. We go get whatever the students was eating. When we went to Memphis to play, and we played up there every year, once every year. When we went to Memphis, and it was always during spring football, we ate on the training table with the football team. Of course, now we figured we was going to get killed while we was in there eating, but they didn't ever bother us. They was always just happy, jovial guys, great, big, monstrous boys. And look, they had T-bone steaks laying in there, stacked up like in a big wash, not a wash tub, but a wash basin tub. They were stacked up, rounded. And some of them football players were getting two of them damn things and eating them. Two big old T-bone steaks. And we didn't eat that good at home, man. We went right through there, got our salads and our baked potatoes and our steak. And Memphis, I mean, they did it right. I always remember that, man. I will never forget how Memphis treated us. Compared to the big schools, you know, the big SEC school. I never forget when we was in Northeast Louisiana. And we went through the student section. And Northeast is in Monroe now. They ain't even in coon-ass country. Monroe is 80 miles south of me. I got a bunch of buddies I visited in Monroe. I mean, that ain't nowhere close to coon-ass country. But they always had a bunch of boys on the football and baseball team. Their last name was either E-A-U-X or T-I-E-R. T-I-E-R. They was all Cajuns, you know. And I'm assuming a lot of the students was Cajuns because we was eating with the students and they had a big old pot of gumbo over there sitting on the side. It's about 20 gallons of gumbo. And I'm a fool for gumbo. I've been a fool for gumbo my whole life. But we had a lot of Cajuns that moved to my hometown when I was a young boy. They raised rice. They came in and raised rice. And we used to have that. They had kids, you know. I used to get to eat with them. And man, I love that gumbo. Whether it's got chicken in it or shrimp or crawfish, it doesn't make no difference. I love it. Because I wasn't a starter on the baseball team. I was kind of the number one pinch hitter. I always pinch hit in the ninth inning. And then I catch the warm-up pitches and this and that and the other. Just to have something to do. And I got me a big old, they had two size bowls over there, but I got me a Super Bowl of damn gumbo. The big bowl. And I got me some other stuff. And Lord, we went over yonder to the dressing room and got dressed. And that gumbo started, my stomach started making them rumbling sounds. Well, I relieved some of the pressure before I went out on the field. And I got out there in that hot sun. And that probably was the hottest gumbo I've ever eaten. I'm talking about seasoned hot. I don't know whether they dropped all the peppers in there or what happened to it, but it was hot. Man, I like to die out there on that damn baseball field that day. And Coach Ward, that was my baseball coach. He called me Flash. He said, Flash, what's wrong with you? You look kind of pinky. I said, Coach, I think I ate too much gumbo. He went to laugh because I didn't play. You know, I had to bat in the last inning. And he said, you going to be able to pinch hit if we need you? I said, yes, sir, I'll be able to pinch hit. I don't know if I ought to try to run. He said, boy. Anyway, about to be at the sixth inning, I told him, I said, Coach, I'm all right if you need me. I'm okay. And I did. I pinch hit, but I told him, I said, I pinch hit, but I don't know if I'll try to run. Oh man, he thought I was a clown. He was a mean guy too, but I could get away with him pretty good. Yeah, I think he liked me. Yeah, Van Horn. He's a good coach, man. Van Horn's a good coach now. Yeah, I was looking for the double hole party. Yeah, yes indeed. That damn gumbo was spicy, boy. No, Van Horn's a good coach. I don't have no problem with Van Horn. Look, man, when your life is depending on, like when I was coaching, my job depended on 15, 16, 17 year olds and the idiots that they are. Can you imagine 18, 20, 21 year olds and the idiots they are? Oh, boy, you got to give a coach a little bit of damn leeway. Hello, Wild Action. Well, I done got to talking about football. Is somebody else gone live fishing? Am I interfering with anybody? Somebody tell me, because I don't want to interfere with another regular program at all. And if somebody's live fishing, I want to shut it down. Somebody go look for me, please. Because I really don't know what's scheduled for Saturday nights. As long as ain't nobody else live, it don't bother me, but I don't want to interfere with a regular program. And it don't look like I'm going to get anybody up here. Lance, is he burbot fishing? I wonder if he wants to come up here and fish live on here. Why don't you ask him, Chris? We'll get off of the sports and talk to Lance. Chris, ask him if he wants to come up here live and click on the link. Come on up here. At least he have somebody listening with. Yeah, thank you. And somebody, while he's gone, while he's doing that, I think I need to go to the little boy room. I don't run everybody else off, probably. Are you still in here, David Smith? All right, Tim. Keep them entertained. Lucky boy. Hey, Buck. Lucky boy. Lucky. Come over and tell everybody hello. With them pillows piled up around you. Uh-oh, what do you see? Going to be mad because he went live without changing the sheets. No, the sheets of, we had company all weekend, and she got the sheets and everything off of that bed, and I guess she'll get to it tomorrow. I'll help her get him on there. She piled up in there watching football. Or at least I'll try to help her. Well, I had a good productive Friday, I guess it was. Thursday, I went up to the Lowe's and bought all my black cow manure and all my topsoil and a bunch of bags of sand that I needed to put around some fence poles. We got all that tended to Friday evening late and Saturday morning early. I mean, Thursday evening late and Friday morning. Hell no, they came on a Friday. Thursday. I guess I got it all done Thursday. I mean Friday. Got it all done Friday, I guess. I got all my holes dug for my next year tomato plants with a post hole digger. Got all them dug, got that ready to go. Got the black cow laying right there ready to go in the holes when I do my tomatoes in April. Got all my topsoil laid out. I got a head start on next year on my big farm out here in my backyard. Any of y'all put fish under your tomatoes? Put a like, well, I use old skipjacks. I use them old big skipjacks. I put that whole skipjack, cut him in half, and put him down in there in the hole. Put a little dirt on top of him, and then set my tomatoes on top of that, and then put black cow all around. Build them up real high. I don't hardly have to use any nitrogen. Hey, man. But I usually don't raise but 3 tomato plants. But this year I'm going to raise 6. Said in a half hour he will. Well, in a half hour I may be, I don't know. Yeah, there you go. Wild action, yeah. Well, you can keep the head, you can keep the skull, you can keep all of it. Put them in a Ziploc bag and freeze them. Yeah, that's right, Tim. You always got bait left over. Well, put it in a gallon-sized Ziploc when you get home and keep it frozen. And then in the spring, when you're going to plant, I take post hole diggers. I use post hole diggers. And I just dig a hole, about, say, yay deep. And put all them guts and whatever. I use whole fish. Cut them in half or how big they are and cut them in 3/4. Put them down in the hole and throw a little bit of loose dirt, 2 or 3 inches of loose dirt on top of them. And, well, this is exactly how I'll do it. In January or February, probably February, I'll go out there and open my holes back up because they're going to wash in over the one. Thank you, Chris. I'll go back out there and open my holes back up. Let them air out, dry out some. Then I'll put those fish down in there. And I'll put dry dirt back on top of that. A couple of inches of it. And I use rebar for tomato steaks, 7-foot tall rebar. And I'll stick that rebar down in the hole, in the back side of the hole, stick it in the ground. And then I'll pour half a bag of black cow right there over that hole. Half a bag. And it'll be a mound a foot tall about it. Then I'll do the next one, half a bag. The next one, all 6 holes. And then in April, late April, or May, early May, depending on the weather, I'll take my tomatoes, the plants. I'll go out and put a pair of rubber gloves on. I don't know why, but I put on a pair of rubber gloves. And I'll dig right straight down by that rebar, backwards and forwards, until I get to that dirt. And I just set that tomato, take a tomato, and all of that mulch that's around it, I'll set it right in there on top of that dirt. And then pull that black cow back up around it and break off all the leaves. It's a ritual. And that's it. And 1 month later, I'll put about a half a gallon with 1 tablespoon of Miracle-Gro, half a gallon of water, and I'll siphon it with a little bitty hose at the base of each tomato. And then a month after that, I'll put 2 scoops of Miracle-Gro in a half a gallon of water and siphon that at the base of each hole. And depending on how much rain we get, if we get a whole lot of rain, I may do it again. But generally speaking, I don't do it but twice. And man, it'll make some tomatoes now. And I'm talking about, 3 plants, and we put up all the tomatoes we can use to cook with, plus we eat the fire out of them, and plus I'll take them Walmart bags and set them out there on the street full of tomatoes, and Kale put on the neighborhood chat room. There's a sack of tomatoes in our flower bed in the front yard, and somebody will stop and get them before I can even get back in the house. Same way with eggplants. Same way with zucchini or squash. Well, I do better with zucchini than I do squash. Them damn bugs get on the squash so bad. No, you don't want to spill it. But these old skipjacks, they're some good fertilizer. That's right, have to be watered. Yeah. I think people tend to, in some parts, especially in the South, they tend to overwater their gardens. A plant down here needs to make a root. It's got to sink a root. I got cauliflower out there in the garden now that's well over knee high. I cut one, it's about that big. Cauliflower just makes 1 fruit. And I cut the fruit. Hey, Papa. And I couldn't pull that root up. I couldn't pull that plant up. I could not pull it up. I went in the house and got the pruners, and I cut until I had to dig out and cut down in the ground. I don't know what that root got a hold of, but it went down so deep that I couldn't pull it up. Yeah. Where you live, Polar Bear Chad? Possum Man. I try not to. And yeah, I gave my co-driver to my daughter-in-law. She left with all of it this morning. Ohio, yeah. Yep, you need to try it, team. Uh, Jenny loves that stuff. I do too. I like it raw. Uh-oh, now I got some company. Possum brand sardines. There you.
Hey, how y'all doing, y'all?
Yeah, you a possum brand man?
Yeah, I'm a possum friend, long as you don't run me over, I mean.
You know what possum brand sardines are?
And hang
You
on,
never you never seen them?
I don't give.
That's a big brand down here where I live. Possum brand. Uh-oh, I'll run him off. That's what happened to a cotton picker driver when he goes to mashing buttons instead of letting the GPS just carry him down through there. I don't water that regular 205. I try not to. Well, I don't. I don't water that regular. I like for them plants to suffer a little bit, wilt down some. He run off. I hope I didn't make him mad. I don't think I said anything offensive, did I? There he is. No. You back?
Man, you know them buttons, man. I'm still a rookie.
Okay, well, I told him that cotton picker drivers didn't have no business mashing buttons. They're supposed to let the GPS
I'm
do that.
telling you, bull, what we got to learn now on them cotton pickers just outstanding. I still can't work my phone. It don't make no sense.
Well, look here.
I'm trying, though.
How'd the crop turn out?
Did pretty good. The cotton wasn't as bad as what we thought it was gonna be.
Did you get 1,500?
Oh yeah, in a lot of places.
Okay.
We had a lot of, we had a lot of 3 bale cotton, but
Okay.
some of it, yeah, if it didn't get watered this year, 'cause some of our irrigators these days don't do their job.
Yeah.
They just want to switch stuff on 12-hour stuff, and you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that they noticed it on the crop. Who done that? It wasn't none of my doings.
There you go. Look, you got a question. Tim Molina asked you a question there.
I gotta hit chat. Hang on. Comments. Do possum. Whose idea was the tree? It was my wife. She been Hey Brandon. Uh, she been barking that tree since about I don't know right after July. I guess she counts every day to Christmas. I ain't lying. I'm like, darn, babe. You could, a lot of people put it up after Thanksgiving, but no, she wants it up. You know, they're big slim. Look out.
Big Slim.
Uh, but yeah, she wants to put it up, so I'm like, go ahead, babe. I ain't gonna, I ain't gonna keep her from it. He said I can go fishing when I want to. So
There you go. There you go.
what you been doing, man?
Oh, I've been entertaining family for the last 2 or 3 days. And fishing, try to get out there and metal detecting.
Boy, I did find some sinkers today, but I hope
Yeah.
you had a good Thanksgiving, sir.
Oh, we did. I hope you did too. I hope everybody did. Had
Yeah, I
almost
made some homemade dressing, boy, and it tastes just like my grandma. It took me 3 years to do it, but this
that,
year it finally tasted just like hers.
you hit, huh? You hit.
I hit it right on the head. I sure did. I mind. Now next year I'd start all over, but
You didn't write
I
it down.
mean, I boil my own chicken, make my own broth, and you got to
There
do
you go.
like mama or grandma did.
Well, that's right. That's right. You're not joking there.
Well, if you don't put love in your food, it won't taste the same.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Oh,
gotta
what's up,
ask.
Chris? That's
I'm
one of my
probably gonna,
brother boy. Yes,
I'm
sir.
probably, I'm probably gonna piss some people off, but I want to ask Weed Hopper what his problem with John Parker is.
You asking me or him?
Him?
Oh, that's all you, Brandon.
I'd like to know. I thought old John was a pretty good fella.
He is. What's up, Tim?
I don't know. Had a kind of pretty good controversy
Ain't that
going there.
right, Tim?
I was just
Let's do
kind of
the truth.
wondering. I was kind of wondering what was going on. Okay, well, I just noticed he wrote on his on a response there. He mentioned your name. I was just wondering what it was. Something about logos or something. Hell, I couldn't tell what was going on. But he did mention your name. I was just wondering what he had done to y'all, to you or whoever. I'm glad you hadn't got a problem with him because he's a good
Yeah,
guy.
nobody got a problem with John.
I didn't
Yeah.
think so either. I really didn't think so either. I thought I'd get it from the horse's mouth. And he said it. He said he didn't have no problem.
Sam, there's
Hey,
Glacier Shark. How you doing?
Glacier Shark.
He showed up on one of my live, just like damn Martin, man. Oh boy, it's hard to get. I don't know if I'll meet Martin at CatCon, but I told him if I didn't, I sure wish I could see for one time. But anyway,
Who is that?
Martin from the UK. You
Oh
ever
yeah,
seen him in
yeah,
person?
yeah. Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, man, he's a good supporter. And I ain't never seen him in face, and he showed up one night, and hell, I
Okay,
can't
we.
beat it.
I just saw John's post, and he had said something about he didn't know what the problem was or something. I don't know, and I thought maybe you knew what was going on. There's something about a logo and Danny Stone. Come to my yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, John Parker.
Oh my God, Tim's so funny. Yeah,
Yeah, it was something to do with an outhouse on a. It was something to do with an outhouse on a logo. Hell, I don't know what was going on. I was confused.
well, you know, I'm I'm kind of the outhouse. Pretty shitty, man.
No, I was just, I couldn't figure out. I still don't know what's going on. I just saw it. I think it was on Facebook. Okay. Hey, Glacier Park. Yeah, I just read that. I just read that one post there that your name was mentioned in, and I was just wondering what was going on. I figured you could tell me. Well, you didn't fish today, did you, Brandon?
Yeah, I did. I didn't catch nothing, but
Were you
I
live?
fished for 6 hours. Yeah,
Were
sure
you
did.
were you live on that bank tournament? Hey, Cold Creek.
I sure was.
Okay, I could. I was trying to watch on my telephone. I couldn't read that little old bit of writing, and I didn't have to hear you talk.
Oh, no, they had me muted most time. Rustic lost his signal, and he fished for about an hour or so after that, and he come on down there and talked to me for a little bit. But no, I don't do good on catfish in the wintertime. But that don't mean I won't go and try. But, I'm a crappie fisherman in the wintertime.
Oh yeah. Apparently, someone said John stole the outhouse idea, but he didn't say weed hopper. No, he didn't say weed hopper now, but he mentioned weed hopper
Howdy, Billy
down in that post he
and
made,
Motley.
and I didn't know why because it don't make no difference.
No, man, we like ducks. Just let that shit roll off your back.
There you go. Don't get excited. Get excited,
Yeah, yeah. Don't
lay
get
over,
excited just 'cause your pole moved a little bit. I've had
lay
that
over,
happen all day today, and I still didn't get excited.
yeah, lay over hot that.
But hey, that's why they call it fishing, y'all.
That's great, weed hopper. He's good at them too. He makes them nice ones. Well, you got a boat. How come you don't use the boat in the wintertime?
Well, I couldn't today, and the river just got up, deep enough where I could put my boat in. And today was a bank challenge.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, wintertime you need to be in a boat. Them boys today in the
Yeah,
last,
and use your fish finder.
these boys, yeah, these boys and girls the last 2 weeks on this river challenge have proved at wintertime you need to be in a boat.
Yeah, they got fish finders too, man. Today I used the bait for one.
There you go.
Hey, but you never know if you don't throw. And even though I didn't catch nothing, I still had a good time, and I was still there through the whole tournament. And I feel
There you
proud
go.
about that.
You give it your best shot.
Yeah, that's all you can do, man. Like I can't
What it,
pull no fish in the wintertime unless I go. I mean, I might be able to if I went to a lake, but I'm a river fisherman
yeah,
unless I'm crappie fishing. But
yeah, I do, Tim, and that my grandson need to. He probably get that boat before spring. Get it on off one of my carport. Get it away from him. Where
he
I can
ain't
float
never
up.
used it. What are you talking about? I ain't never used it. Are you
I don't.
serious,
I don't use it anymore. I quit. I quit going
man?
out of the river in 2013, and just don't ever go back out there.
I'm trying to look up on a good deal on an aluminum boat, so I'm putting my motor on it. But my boat leaks. I got a '74 Monarch, but I got a bilge pump in there that keeps me safe.
Was it rivet boat?
It would.
Is it rivets?
No, sir. This is
All welded.
no, it's fiberglass, like three.
Oh, fiberglass.
Yeah, big old. It
Oh,
weighs 1,000 pounds. Well,
that's
it's
right. Yeah, I know the boat. I know exactly the boat you're talking about.
a '74 Monarch. No window, no nothing.
I had a buddy from Jonesboro, Arkansas. Had one with had a 90 horse on it, about 90 Mercury, I think, on the back of it. And the first day he went fishing with it in the Mississippi River, he had a boy from Fort Smith, Arkansas, with him. And that was the third time that boy had ever been on the river. Okay? He ain't never been on the river, and this other boy was his third time. And we tried to
Well,
tell
that's a
him.
bad combination right there.
Yeah, that's right. We tried to tell him 7 or 8 places to go for. We were at Tunica, Mississippi. And we tried to tell them 7 or 8 places to go fishing where they could learn, about anchoring and this and that and the other. And we gave them 4 or 5 places to stay away from until you learn how to do all that.
Right.
Well, no, they wouldn't do that, boy. They wouldn't do him. He didn't believe it. He went straight to one of them places they shouldn't go to. They threw that anchor out.
Thank you, 205.
They threw the anchor out with the motor still in forward. The boat went up past the anchor. They had out 100 and something foot of rope. They cut the motor off when they drifted down. The rope had been wrapped around the anchor. Had wrapped around the motor.
Yeah.
And that boat went straight down the back end. And just thank goodness, the boy that was been out there a couple of times, he run back there and run down in the water and went
cut
underwater,
that rope, didn't he?
And cut that rope off that
Hell
motor.
Yeah. Man, if he didn't know that, yeah, man, I'm telling you, there's some things you can't teach people.
And their motor wouldn't crank no more, but they drifted down the river, and one of the guys saw him and pulled him to the boat ramp. And the boy from Fort Smith was still cussing that boy from Jonesboro. He's still cussing him.
Man, I've lost a few friends to the river, you know what I mean? And that's just out of stupidity.
Well, this ain't no way in hell you're supposed to throw an anchor out and you still going up river. And
no.
That's what I told the boy from Fort Smith. I said, man, you don't throw no anchor out and the boat's still going up river. Yeah,
that's sure only gets your anchor unhung, and if it don't, it's gonna tear your cleat off your boat, or you hope the rope breaks.
They'd like to kill both of them.
That's terrible, man. I've lost a few friends to the river, and that's just out of people not listening.
Hey, Lance.
Hey, Mr. Steve Adams.
How you doing, boy?
Not much.
Man, you still got the guard dog up. That's what I'm talking about. Howdy, Lance.
Yeah, I was out last night. I didn't have them up. Tonight I got one of them.
I got to figure out how to do this.
Oh, it's not hard at all.
That ain't what I want to do.
You like retired Rick on me now.
That's what I
wanted
right there.
There, look there.
Yeah. The one rod in the middle's got the guard dog.
All right, we see it. Did you catch anything last night, Lance?
No, didn't catch nothing.
Well, how did the salmon run go?
It's no good. All I caught during the salmon run was a brown trout.
Damn. Well,
and I caught it the one way I hate fishing nowadays, casting. I was casting a spoon.
Okay. Well, something happening.
Fish on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Nice one, too.
We put him on that just in time.
Come over to your fish.
Possum has that effect on people.
Oh, I didn't say here, kitty. Now, shit, that don't work. It's just my saying. Well, damn, don't hop in the water.
That looked like one of them ballets they call a nutcracker.
I know. My luck, I done tripped and fell in with my pole.
Going over backwards, tumbling.
And this is on a cut sucker head.
Stay in the camera now, Lance. Stay to the left. To your left. There you go.
Oh, howdy, David.
Are you gonna have to crawl back over there to get your net?
No, it's right here.
I'm about to say, is it a flipper?
Nope.
I
We're on a
want to know what kind of fish it is.
Me
If they
too.
got him a salmon or.
no, it's a bourbon.
Is it bourbon?
Ooh.
How about this? You can see it live right here on Steve Adams hanging out on a Saturday night.
Woo!
Wow, there went your guard dog.
Yeah, I am. I ain't never done it. I reckon I'm new at it. Where are you, David Smith?
I checked that out.
Boy, you got
Here we go with the dumb stuff, though. Yeah, that's why certain people are blue.
Yeah, I don't know how many. I don't know how many admins I got. I know David is.
Woo!
I'll be blue. I mean, I kick shit like that off there.
Well, I can't do it. I don't know how to do it right now. I get it tended to though.
Oh yeah, I ain't worried about that, sir.
Oh yeah, he's a nice one.
Indiana Chris, is it a bourbon?
Yeah.
How about that?
7 pound.
All right, Dave. You're like a.
What's up, Chucky? I ain't lying.
I saw him catch one last year, and I'm gonna get to see him. I got to see him catch one this year. How about that? This is a funny looking fish.
Is it?
Yeah, wait till you see it. But they claim them things are some kind of good to eat.
Hey, I ain't tried trout yet, but I want to. I like salmon smoke, but I want me a trout smoke too.
How much?
I ain't weigh him.
Oh,
but from catching the one last year.
Hey, Jimmy Graham. There you go.
He's about 6 pounds, 7.
You gonna put him on string?
Damn, that.
I'm gonna toss him.
You gonna throw him back?
No, he going to the house.
That's what I thought.
He said, "I'm going to the house."
Yeah, that's a bourbon right there.
Show him good now where everybody can see.
Wow, it looks like a bowfin or a grinnell, what we call it, but it's got a wide mouth just like it. Hell yeah, I got a little whisper.
Yeah.
Cool. That might be y'all's grinnell for us. Does it got teeth in its mouth?
No.
Oh, hell.
Water to the concrete, it look like, Chris.
He said water to the concrete. You need to go potty, bud. You need to go outside. Come on.
Right, it's in the cod family.
Oh, you went in there with mom. Gone.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Which one of the next?
Yeah.
Awesome.
First one. Didn't get nothing last night when I was here.
You came by last night.
Look here, back in my day, and as good as they say they are, if I had come down that concrete about right now with that and that thing was laying there,
Yeah.
all you see in the camera now is him chasing me down through y'all in them lights.
It was almost 9 pounds.
Really? Oh,
I'd
shit.
be running as 10 times fast as he can run.
Oh, fuck. That'd be awesome.
That's what that fella he's talking to. He finna grab that fish and run.
A couple hours.
Oh, okay. So after dark fight.
Grab him and run, man.
So what? Here or go over there?
Grab him and run. He can't catch you. He smokes and he's old.
What? Okay, you know he got one already. So if we go over there, we catch one too, but it's quicker right here. We don't have to walk out.
So what kind of fish is that mixed with, or is that just the
Have a good one.
original species?
It's an original. It's actually native to Lake Michigan.
Oh, okay. I do some research, man. I'm a lot further south.
There's a lot of people that live here that don't even know they exist.
Huh.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Send it to my buddy.
All
Because
right.
he's like, it's too cold to come out. I don't want to go fishing.
Oh, the colder it gets, the
the better it
man.
is.
Only fish in the planet, I think, too. Real good fishing is when the north, out the north.
Makes everything super cold.
That fella grab that fish and take off with it right now. Lance will come over that rail like a 10-year-old.
There's Buck, boy.
Oh.
I'll hit the wrong button.
Grab it and run. Yeah, Buck, you know, my wife sent me to the store when I was about 30 years old to buy a watermelon. And I got up there and I bought a watermelon and carried it home and it's about half ripe.
That's what I caught him on right there.
Yeah, okay.
A 3-aught river cat tackle circle hook.
So she sent me back to the grocery store and I figured out what was wrong. I went back to the store and went in the, when I went by the place, that's back when they had brown paper sacks. And I went by the checkout counter and asked the lady, could I have a big brown paper sack? And she gave me one. And I carried back there and I got to the watermelon. I put that thing over my head real tight down over my neck and closed my eyes and went to thumping them watermelons and I got the ripest one in there. I realized that, hell, I done stole so many watermelons in the dark at night. I couldn't go in the daylight and get no watermelon. You gonna throw that same bait back out, right?
Yeah, I have to. I gotta retime my reed.
Hot damn, I done it, y'all. Ha! I thought I lost.
You did it all on your own, too.
And I done tossed this guy across the sidewalk into the grass. He's still alive.
Poor man's lobster, okay. Well, you got here just in time for 20-something people to see you catch him.
Yeah.
Hey, can't beat that, man. Shit, you did better than me today. I spent 6 hours at it.
And I had many a trip when I was live. Nothing.
Well, I don't know anything about burbot except what I hear everybody saying. They claim they're really, really, really good for the table.
Oh yeah, people up here, man. They really don't know how to cook them. Everybody boils them in 7-Up or Mountain Dew or Sprite.
Tim said his name was Smile again.
But the way I cook mine, I'll fillet them, then I'll chunk them up, and I'll just cook them in garlic and butter.
Ooh, yeah. I like garlic.
Yeah,
You
you
can't go
cook
wrong
them.
with butter neither.
It don't take long to cook them. And the real nice thing is there ain't no bones you gotta take out of them.
Hmm.
All boneless fillet,
Oh, that's pretty good.
and you get four. You get about four good pieces. If it's a good sized burbot like this one, I might try and save the belly meat too. So you get five good pieces out of them.
Hey, at least you ain't wasting the fish.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Well, save the head and the backbone and put it in your tomatoes this spring.
Yeah, that's where the rest of my fish goes in the garden. Yeah, buddy. I wish we could use crappie heads here, but that's a game fish, and we can't
There
do
you
it.
go. There you go, 205. I saw him catch one last year.
And I'm gonna get this guard dog set up again since I tripped it.
He caught one last year. I believe might have been a little bit bigger than that one. A little bit bigger. That was a good one, though, I think.
Here we go. Yeah.
This thing is easy to set up. Pull your rod down, stick that in the eye. What I do is I hold the tension rope. There you go. Good to go.
That's it.
I'm my old butt over this. Ah, no. I can't hop over like I used to when I was young.
Yes. If you'd have thrown that fish over the rail in Mississippi, you'd be chasing somebody right now. Because they'd have got that fish and run with it.
Come on,
Look
man.
yonder, LSU finna get beat.
Huh?
I was talking to David Smith, football game.
I knew something was going to hit it. I seen it messing with it.
Well,
They
get
just,
another one.
they just like a flathead. They'll play with that bait for a little bit. They'll chew on it, and then they'll take it in.
We'll get you another one. Maybe me and Possum are your good luck charm.
Yeah, because I wasn't getting no bites on mine, and I was live for an hour.
There you go. Well, you made it about 5 minutes on this one.
Yeah. Now I'm ready for another one.
Now,
Man, the bad thing about them fish, because the water's cold, you handle them, those fish are cold as can be. That's why I got a hand warmer with me.
there you go. Well, at least you plan to catch one.
Yeah,
I don't even care bait this time of year.
man, that's fresh live suckers. That was cut sucker. He started out live.
Hey,
And I
all
cut
right.
Howdy, hog leg.
I'll glad skip back about 10 minutes. You'll see Lance catch a burbot. He just caught one.
Yeah.
You got a question there, Lance?
What we got? Let me see. Let me get into the comments.
Tim and Lena wants to know, do they fight hard?
Yeah, they fight hard. They fight like a flathead, man. No, they try to stay to the bottom. They stay to the bottom and they fight pretty hard.
Billy said pig sleep.
But yeah, they're fun. They're real fun to fight. I don't know if I got a scale with me or not to weigh this guy.
I think it's a cool looking fish. Look like a grinnell with spots and got a different mouth on like a walleye. Got the same tail as a grinnell, dude.
He does from
That's
his
pretty
gill,
cool. Or a bowfin, wherever y'all call them at. But
from the gills back, it looks just like a grinnell.
yeah. I heard they're good eating as long as you cook them fresh, but I ain't never ate one.
No, I hadn't either. It's probably about like buffalo and gar. As long as it's fresh, it's probably or hot.
Yeah, I
It's good.
think gar, filleted.
There he is, 7 pound 8 ounces.
There you go. That may have been bigger than the one you caught last year.
Now the one last year was a
But
pound
no
bigger.
teeth. Yeah,
Pound
no
bigger.
teeth.
Okay.
Yeah, there he is. They're actually a pretty good looking fish. He's nice and long, so that's gonna be some nice. That's gonna be some nice
Hey,
fillets.
that's gonna be some good old grease eating right there. What I call it. What you talking about? Oh hell, you gonna cook it in butter, but you know me.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Monty. Hopefully the next one comes on that guard though.
Chris disco time. Yeah, buddy. I need to do me some crappie fillets up. I ain't had them in a month. I got some in the freezer though. And if y'all ain't got no vacuum
What's
sealer,
up,
I
Greg?
highly say y'all get one.
But man, I ain't been out fishing in a month. So that's the first fish I caught in a month.
I've been a few times, but same old, same old. You fishing, not catching. Except for one crappie I caught, but it still ain't like it still ain't the normal year, man.
No,
And I only went crappie fishing there one time, but
this
this year
year, man,
sucked on fishing. One sucked. But it turn around next year though.
thanks, Hog Leg. Hey, Annette, Chucky,
Howdy, Annette.
and that was with the Ancient Mariner and Uncle Lou rod. He had that Uncle Lou rod bent pretty good too.
I'm calling Chucky, not Chunky. He's not the post show. Yeah. Of course, I got a list too. But,
What you
Yes,
cooking?
sir. The skunk is gone.
Possum.
yes, sir.
What you cooking tonight?
The wife made jalapeno poppers in the oven because I ain't got enough charcoal left. But I'm gonna make that bacon wrapped chicken and cream cheese again.
Ah, dang, man! I ate shrimp and rice before I came fishing. Now I'm hungry again.
I love me some shrimp, boy. Hmm. I need a whole bag of that stuff.
Oh yeah,
It's like popcorn. It don't go nowhere.
yeah.
Yeah, but Michigan kind of overwhelmed them today. I reckon John Orler's probably under the bed crying.
Oh yeah, he was fishing and got the bad news.
I wish he'd come in here and ask him. I'd ask him if he did.
I ain't no footballer, but I heard about it. I was there.
I wish he'd come in here. I'd ask him to put his hat on and run around the house in it.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't right now. Y'all gonna one of these days you gonna hurt somebody's feelings like that.
Okay, Chris.
That's bad, man. He told them the news live.
Well, I tell you what now, we got another crying the blues tonight over in South Carolina. I bet you he's tying. I bet he's already tied 200 rigs since the ball game was over.
Nervous to death, huh?
So that's all he does on his live stream. That's all he does on his live stream. Sit up there and tie rig. I bet he looks like a factory running tying him rigs.
He got a smokestack going, huh?
Yeah, he's burning his
Oh
fingers.
boy, y'all crazy me up.
Because the first time I see him, I'm gonna ask him to put on a South Carolina shirt.
Hey, Miss Jody.
Hey, Jody. Yeah, JTC's out of leader line. He done
David
tied
Smith.
up so many lines.
Oh, it must be Jeremy, huh? Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Ah.
South Carolina put it on him today.
I'll leave the line.
Who you pull for, Wild Action? Your team must not be going to a bowl game.
No, shoot. I be doing good against CatCon. What are you talking about?
Took to knitting. him and John Orler probably holding hands singing Kumbaya.
Code 3.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about, Billy. Ain't
Yeah.
nothing like a aluminum full boat and 2 sticks of butter, some shrimp, a little seasoning on
Okay.
the onion off in it on the, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, for us. AU now, is that Arizona? Who is AU? Is that Auburn? Or Arizona?
I don't know. I don't know football.
Who is AU? It got to be Auburn University.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Albany.
Auburn.
Auburn, yeah.
I got a buddy that's a hardcore footballer, but he watches a lot of college football.
Yeah, Auburn. Okay. Yeah.
They say college football is better than the national. So I don't know. I don't watch it.
I don't watch NFL. I don't watch a lot of college. I just watch Ole Miss, and Ole Miss was 8-0, and now they're 8-4.
Hey, that's what he rides on. Is Ole Miss.
Yeah, Arizona.
I got some buddies up here in Missouri that's from Mississippi. That's pretty cool.
I got you. Well, there you go. That was my question, David Smith. Now you took it right out of my mouth. Well, they do well to hire Bobby Petrino or Hugh Freeze. Either one of those two. That would be my pick. I don't know about. I don't believe Dion. I like him. I watched him coach high school. My grandson played against his Texas high school team, and when he was coaching, he wasn't a head coach, but he was coaching, and I like the way he coaches. I like it, but I just don't think he's quite ready for the SEC yet. That's a that's a whole different ball game than Jackson State or Texas high school. I'd have to
As
pick
long
Bob.
as I ain't talking Brady, I don't want to hear it either. A lot of people don't like him,
I like
but
him. I think down the road he's going to be a good one. Wild action down the road he's going to be a great one. But I'd hate to see him leave Jackson State because Jackson State is right down the road from me. Uh, in fact, he's got a kid playing there that I coached in high school,
that's cool.
and he teaches the right thing. He teaches the right thing to the young players, the young men. He's good for Jackson State. He's good for Mississippi. I hate to see him leave. You also got to look at the coaching staff he's got down there. He's got half of the NFL coaches are there at Jackson State. And he brought all his old friends in there. He's a good one, but he's just not quite ready for the SEC. I don't think. But I like him. I like the principles he teaches. But money will move mountains. And
Brother B.
Jackson State limited on their dollars, but he's bound to have some loyalty. He don't need the money. No, that's right. He don't need no money. He sure don't need the money.
A lot of them has got more money than they spend. They don't need it neither. A lot of people could use it. You know. What's up, Brian B?
Is that a goose?
It ain't from here. I ain't got no chickens. I ain't got no goats. No, not from here. I heard a bunch of ducks and stuff. Geese stay while I was fishing in turn, but no. Not unless my way in there hee hawing, babe. You hee hawing in there?
That sounds like a goose or
No,
something.
it ain't her.
That sounds like a goose buzzing.
I heard that. I don't know what it was. I'm on my phone. I ain't got no computer. You can't, I don't have no playback stuff. Echo or whatever y'all call it.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty tough job down there in Auburn, Alabama. I think that's a pretty rough job. When you go
Buck said, what?
Yeah, that may be that Buck.
He's calling him fish up.
You got another one?
Now,
No, I just talked about what Buck said.
I'm gonna cut this bait in half, leave the headpiece on.
Okay, Weed Hopper. When is 8 o'clock your time? Hell, it's
10
9
o'clock
o'clock.
our time. You're central, ain't you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 10 o'clock our time. I'll be there.
Okay, Weed Hopper. Thanks for
And
coming
I.
in, man. Oh, he got him a fish stick.
If so, you better pull his head. If you got a hood, you better pull it over your hat. Yeah, we don't want no green stuff on it. That ain't no fun. If y'all know anything about geese.
And white stuff if you know anything about pelicans.
Hey, they shit on you too.
I believe they wasn't a
I
goose.
know that.
I believe they
Hell
was.
yeah.
I believe they wasn't a goose. Look here, Lance and Possum. I'm finna go to the kitchen for a minute. Y'all keep everything going for me.
All right, man. Shit. I ain't going nowhere for a minute. We'll hold her down for you. I loved hearing the mallards today while I was fishing. Boy, I love hearing the mallards. I don't even duck hunt. I used to, but I spend enough money in fishing. Duck hunting real expensive. Oh God, it's just me. Anyway, how y'all doing? I mean,
I'm still here. I just got a
I
message.
know what I see you doing. You baiting up, man. Hey, I like it you laugh though. At least somebody, you know. We're still keeping her down. I mean, you gotta love it though. At least you laughed at me. Oh, I know. That ain't no good, is it? Command hell. Sup, Skull Ruts? Yeah, yes. I like, yeah. We ain't got very many of them, but I've heard a few loons in my day. They're hard to come by around here. Kind of like pheasant and quail these days.
All right.
Damn, makes me laugh. I got more aunties than uncles. Ain't what I know. Oh,
So,
boy. Goodness. Y'all crack me up. I tell you what. Y'all make my COPD come out. See, that chronic cough disorder or whatever it is, I ain't lying.
Hey, Scott.
Goodness.
Loons. You talking about Brian B? Loons?
Yeah.
The Looney Tunes.
Welcome to Space Jam, y'all. What are you talking about?
Hey, Skull Rush, the other night when I was on the phone and you said hello and I was in that chat room, I was using that voice chat. And when I said hello, Skull Rush, that thing typed out about a paragraph. And it had Russia. Russia was in it. And I don't know what all else was in it.
Man, I can't talk text to my phone. It don't understand me.
And I didn't know how to. So I kept mashing stuff until it disappeared. And all it did was just put my name up. And I didn't say nothing. It just put my name in the chat. And so I wasn't going to let it beat me. I said, I'm going to do this. And I did it again. And it typed another bunch of stuff. And all I said was high Skull Rush. And it went to speaking, it's put Russians, Lord. And I finally killed it that time. And then I just put high Skull Rush or just put Skull Rush. And then I went to bed. I was in the bed, as a matter of fact.
Hey, you got that right, Brian. It don't do country.
That's right. But it was working fine when I said
Ain't
hello.
that right, bro? I tell you what now. It might get one word out of everything right, but it still don't do no good for me.
Yeah. I said hello to several people and it worked fine. I said, this is pretty good. I like this. And I said hello. I said hi, Skull Rush, and man, they went to typing stuff. And so I didn't. That was my only attempt at voice text.
Oh yeah, yeah. I might misspell stuff a lot, but it's because I'm driving, or I shouldn't be doing it while I'm driving. But sometimes, I try to be there for my people. But we all do things we shouldn't, Anyway, I know where you're coming from. I wish you could understand me.
Yeah.
Even if I had to say stop and period at the end, I mean. But no, it don't work that way.
Elderly country. Brian, I done told you before, and I guess I'll have to tell you again. Go play in the street, man.
Oh, would you hear that? That's terrible, boy. He said, go take your ball, play the street. Dang, boy.
You got a question, Lance?
Yeah. Let's see. About 30, 45 minutes.
I'll wait 2 hours for I do.
I think from now on, I'm gonna use it from now on. When I'm on my telephone and just leave it. Whatever it puts out there, that's what it puts out there.
Well, we still know you the same person. I mean,
right. See how it works out. I'll probably go to like 8 subscribers.
Oh shit, man.
That's how make all the folks mad with what it types.
That's what's so funny about this. It ain't about who you got, it's who your people
are.
Yep. We always hear.
Lance, you're getting some advice from Monty Sheets here.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Dallas.
Howdy, Dallas.
Yeah.
I ain't never met you, but howdy.
I might actually change that and put a headpiece on that one, too.
What'd you catch on, a headpiece?
Yeah.
He's
Well,
jabbing.
whatever heads I had, I'd be throwing them back out there.
I don't mean to snore, y'all.
Gibber bad enough. Don't do it, Skull. Okay.
Amazon. Yeah, bug.
Lord.
That's funny. If you don't know unless you're there, you know what I mean? That's great. Gotta love it. I ain't lying. Gotta love it, boy.
There ain't no telling what it types when Becca goes on there.
Hey, I think neighbor ought to be Nabur because that's neighbor if you know, pronunciate it right. But depending on what your nay and your burr is, you know. That's just hick talk, though. You know. Y'all know what we talking about if we misspell something. Surely.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I've been put in that spotlight. What are you talking about? Well, here, let me break her down for you. Well, the best thing I do is draw you a picture, I guess, but I can do that too.
All right, I'm gonna put this back up here in case anybody. I got a mail. Look here, I'm gonna tell this again. I've said it earlier. If anybody wants one of my stickers,
Yeah.
my email address is in my on my about page. Just please send me a email with your address.
I bet you ain't got Facebook, do you?
Yeah, I got Facebook, but not on my phone. With a self-addressed stamped envelope and $1, and I'll send you a sticker.
Well, I want one. I do that.
Yes, it's I'll send you my mailing address, and you can mail me a self-addressed stamped envelope with $1 in it.
Well,
Then
yeah, hell yeah. I got 2 sticker boards. What are you talking about?
Man, I'm just joking.
Oh, well, you be pulling my leg, boy.
I don't need no money or self-address. Just send
I
me
still give you that $1. I ain't lying.
send me
You ask for it, and if that's what it takes, sir, that's what you get.
That boy's easy, ain't it, Dallas? I was
Oh, hell yeah, we gullible. Come on now.
That's my email. Yeah, Brian, how do you, I don't know. I don't think I got your email address, Brian B. I mean your mailing address. Or I can mail them from here, Brian B. You just send me a email or a text
Thank
message.
you, Chris.
How you want to work?
Not, I can call you Chris. But go ahead, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I'm trying to do business with Brian B here.
Oh, go on, get him, boy.
Ain't no need of paying the postal service twice. Just tell me who to send it to, and you type in here how you want me to do it without mailing them. I don't want to mail them.
Howdy, Uncle Lou.
Yeah, and I'm reliable. I'll mail them. Of course, now if it's your tournament, I'm going to want you to reimburse the stamps.
Oh.
And the envelopes are 8 cents a piece. So stamp at 8 cents.
He got to roll down, boy. I ain't lying. He gonna charge you for every cent he can. Here it is.
I just trying to break even, you know.
Hey, I love it. I love to hear you talk, sir. It's great. And you come up and pull it on them too. You know what I mean? You still pull that over their head. I love it.
They know I'm just messing.
Oh, I know it. We all just play games. Shit. But it's good, man. Y'all come up with good stuff.
Brian B, how many you want me to donate? Tell me how many you want, and I'll be sure and save them. Since I just know I'm gonna have a run on stickers here. 2, 4, 6, whatever.
He might count in 2s and 4, or what was that? 1s and 3s and 7s and 11s.
Steve,
Oddball.
hey, Lourdes. See, I never had.
What's up, Lordy?
6. Okay. All right.
I'm just messing, Brian B. Don't get all butt hurt over me. I'm just messing with you.
There you go, Chris. You that got right out there. There's a lot of counterfeit traveling around now. Okay. Well, put me down for 6, Brian B.
Good evening, Lordy. I ain't seen you in a minute. I ain't lying.
Well, you know, I watched these river tournaments, and I didn't see anybody give anything away.
Uh-oh. Here goes, y'all. Huh?
I believe
they giving away all that smack talk. What are you talking about?
I believe Brian's gonna get my stickers to go selling them.
What's up, Uncle Lou?
Oh,
too slick to use for toilet paper. And I won't tell you, Brian B, that I had Bobcat make them stickers, and he misspelled Mississippi on them. So,
oh, is that a joke?
hell no, it ain't a joke.
Oh, I know something else has been misspelled. I'm just asking.
Lance, you got one of my stickers, hadn't you?
Yeah.
Didn't he misspell Mississippi?
Man, now I didn't even notice that. Now I'm gonna have to look at it.
Crooked letter. What? Come on, y'all.
No, he misspelled it. He misspelled it.
Lordy.
Hey, y'all, before this gets out of hand now, ho. Let me stop this because I realize this is the internet.
It's the internet. Look out.
And people will get excited and get their panties in a wad too quick. He did not misspell Mississippi.
Oh, now see, he's pulling a leg again.
I drew it out just like I wanted it, and I spell it the same way I say it, Mississippi. MISSIPY.
MISSIP. Yeah, it's like crappy, you know. Yeah, some people say it all be crappy, but you know.
No, it's Mississippi. MISSIPY.
It's crappy.
So y'all don't go.
I agree with you all the way, Mr. Adams.
Don't go telling Bobcat he misspelled Mississippi.
No, you taught him to spell it the way you wanted it. Hey, am I on live yet? Still, I got a Bobcat hat on right now. What are you talking about? That's my fishing hat.
All right, so Lance, you're gonna have to be my if trouble comes, you're gonna have to be my witness that I pulled a disclaimer on it.
Yep.
And told the truth.
So help me God.
I told her. Hey, Valerie.
Oh, hey, Chris and Valerie.
Hey, Chris Everett, Miss Valerie.
My wife would, hey, Chris Everett. Chris, I hadn't mailed your, I'm going to get it. I'm going to mail it Monday. I ain't forgot it. I got it written down. I got it all ready. I'm going to get it to you. Don't worry. I told you I had company all during the holidays. I can't do but one thing at a time.
Man, that's like me, boy. You know, you just got to forgive me.
But it'll be there for next week end. I tell you, I vacuumed the house twice today, and it about wore me out.
You ain't got no self-propelled?
I got 2 of them,
Oh.
but it still wore me out.
Oh, boy. You killed me. I ain't lying.
I run them 2 robots. Hell, I don't wore the wheels off one of them. But look at here, Possum. Now, I'm way ahead of most folks. You know, you ever seen a trained cat? I got a cat. I got a cat that I've been training since it was a kitten. And he rides
I've
on that
seen it
train.
one time.
Well, he rides on it, but you ever seen this? He lays on it the way it's going, and he taps them bumpers up there to make it go the way he wants it. And he vacuums my house.
Man, you got a Roomba?
I got 2 of them, but I got
That's
one
what
that.
they Clint you talking about. See, I knew when you went to thinking about he riding it. I know, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But my cat, and that's the reason I ain't throwed him out, because he cuts me and slices me and everything. But I keep him because he drives that Roomba, and he puts his paws up there. And when he sees a chair coming, he'll hit the left one, and he'll go to the left, and he'll hit it to the. And he vacuums my whole house.
Okay, hell yeah. You
And I
can't beat that.
And I wait 3 hours, charge it back up. I clean it all out, and I go call. I said, "Lucky, come on, time to work." And he gets back on it. And he let me put me up here right quick.
I've seen
how
your
the hell
cat
did I do
once,
that?
and I believe everything you say. I ain't lying. Because I've seen chickens and owls riding them things on places.
He lays over and he puts his paws on it, and he taps them bumpers, and it goes here, you know.
He just drives it wherever he wants to.
He drives it, and he's got a good memory for, you know, where it's been.
Yeah.
And he'll never go the same place twice. And it's efficient on the batteries and everything, man. But I wouldn't take nothing for this cat. This cat's more valuable. This cat's more valuable than a talking dog, I'm telling you.
Hell yeah, man. Y'all do a video on it. Shit.
Hell, somebody steal my cat.
Oh, no. That's like a fishing spot.
They broke in and stole they steal my vacuum cleaner and my cat.
Oh, shit, now.
But look,
I know you keep your door locked, you know what I mean?
But look at how
come on, they ain't gonna steal your cat for that, you know. They might your Roomba, but they ain't on your cat.
Oh, look at here. Now listen to this now. You know, I got 2 of those. I got 2 Roombas.
Yeah.
And sometimes they'll end up in the same room. And Lucky be driving his, and he'll look behind him, and the other be coming up on him, you know, like a highway patrolman. And he'll take that back foot and reach back there and tap that thing and send it a different direction. Keep it from running up there on him.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like battle bots. Shoot.
Shit, that damn cat's smart. That's the reason I let him get by with clawing me and everything.
Oh, no. You ought to get him declawed.
No, indeed.
You like him?
He might get outside and a dog or something get after him.
That's cool shit, though.
But I've been thinking about putting him in the damn fair, the state fair, you know.
There you go. Hell.
But it's kind of like that guy, what's his name, that had the tic-tac-toe playing chicken.
I don't know nothing about that, but
Leroy Murphy.
shit, I ain't lying. You have you, Mr. Bojangles. What are you talking about? Sell it, son. Hell, show 'em.
Well, every week I go up to the pet shop and go in there. They sell cats. They $60 a piece. They already neutered and everything. And I've been looking at them. I always go up there, and it's a certain look that cat got to have. You got to look him in the eye real close up to the cage.
Man, eyes tell all.
And if I don't see that look, but as soon as I see that same look as Lucky got, I'm gonna bring another home and train him to run this other robot.
There you go. Then you have some battle boss. Then you gotta make a video of it because I want to see it.
But what's
You
gonna be
done
bad?
taught one of them to drive, and you taught two of them to drive. I want to see it. Hell yeah.
But my problem is, what if I go up there and there's two of them got the look in the eye? I can't
Then
fire
you got to
Lucky.
get both of them.
I can't fire Lucky.
Well, no, you just got to get you another Roomba.
That damn thing's $400 a piece.
I know what they are. I ain't got one. Hell, I got a Pet Pro. I got a what is that, Bissell? I know. I want a Roomba. Yeah, I know.
That Rumbles, them things are something else, man, especially if you got cats in the house. I'm watching it for you, Lance. If I see anybody ask you any questions, I'm good. I'm good to tell you about it. Robert Modlin wants to know where's the man with the white coat now. You got on a white coat, Lance?
Nope.
He's probably talking about.
That sounds like I was going to Nashville.
That sounds like Possum needs a white coat. with them arms that tie together. Look here, I'm gonna tell y'all a story about a man in a straitjacket. This is the honest truth now. He was an alcoholic. I mean, serious. He's dead now. He died from drinking and not eating. But
We call them witches.
they found him out in the field digging a hole with his hands, on his hands and knees. And they wanted to know what he was doing. And he told him he was getting some turnip greens. He wanted some greens to cook, some turnips, the roots. And they said, Bud, there ain't no turnip greens out here. And he said, y'all don't sell them turnip greens? But ain't none of them got no bottoms on them. And anyway, they ended up carrying him to the drunk tank, or the rehabilitation center up here in town.
Yeah.
And they put him in a straitjacket. And when they called his brother got over there, and they had him in a straitjacket back there in a room in the sun. And so they said we need to keep him overnight, and we're gonna try to give him some medicine to keep him, because DTs are about 30-40% fatal themselves. If you go through DTs. And that's what had done happened to Bud. He was going through DTs because he done run out of money, and he didn't drive, and then nobody come by his house, and he couldn't get no alcohol, and he done gone into DT. And they whatever, what do you call it, when they discovered that's what it was. I forget the word. My mind ain't working good. But they realized that he was going through DTs. And they put him in a straitjacket, and they was giving him and telling the stuff to kind of try to get him through it without killing him, because, like I said, DT is 30-40% fatal. Well, Bud didn't weigh 100 pounds. Little old skinny man, boy, young fella, a lot younger than me. And they put him back there in the room, and his brother was sitting there in the room, and his brother sitting in a chair in his room there, and he was in this straitjacket. And I guess Nig went to sleep or something. And I had a country store at that time. And Bud was one of my customers that came to the store. In fact, he swept the store for me for a quart of old Milwaukee beer. And he'd sweep about one aisle out of 4 once a week, maybe. But I give him a quart of beer. He's a good guy. But anyway, they was telling me that night, that afternoon before I closed, about Bud being in the drunk tank or the drunk ward up there, and that Nig was sitting there, his brother sitting up there with him. And I said, man, I hate to hear that. Golly, I need to. When he gets back, I'm gonna have to start making sure he eats something when he's up here, because he wasn't eating. He didn't do nothing but drink. So I opened the store at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I went in the back door. Big old long store, old country store. I went in the back door, unlocked, went in the safe, got the money, got the cash ready, cut all the lights on, went up there and opened the front door, and Bud was sitting on the bench at the front of the store. 13 miles from the drunk tank now. I said, he just sat there. I said, Bud, what the hell are you supposed to be up down there in the hospital? He said, man, he said, them folks had me all strapped down. Said, I had to get me an old Milwaukee quart. I said, well, come on in, man. I said, but I'm going to give you an old Milwaukee quart. I said, but I'm going to carry you back into the meat box and you're going to have to eat something. Man, I don't want nothing to eat. I've got to have a quart. Bud, and he's a little bitty guy. I put my hands around his throat. I said, Bud, you ain't drinking till you eat. I said, you're going to sit down back here at the table in the kitchen and you're going to eat. And he went to cussing and, man, raising hell. I drug him by his neck down the aisle back there and set him down at the kitchen table. And I cut him some tomatoes, and I cut him some summer sausage, and I cut him some bologna. I cut him some salami. I heated him up a can of soup. I opened a can of soup and put it on the stove, and I got a phone call. And it was his brother.
Said I'm gonna start selling chest fighters.
Well, no, he called. His phone rang up there in front of the store, and I went up there and answered it. And I said, "Hello, it's Will my store?" He said, "Steve," said, "This is Nig." I said, "Yeah, Nig." He said, "Look here, Bud escaped last night."
Howdy, Robert.
Bud escaped last night, and he's running around with us. We don't know where he is. I said, I know where he is, Nig. He said, I got him sitting back here at the kitchen table, and I got all kind of cold cuts and a can of soup and everything out here for him to eat. And I'm making him eat it before he starts drinking. I said, because I ain't going to be able to keep him drinking. I said,
right.
You probably need to get on out of here. So about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, Bud, Nig showed up. He come in, Bud was sitting back there. Look here, he had eaten most of that food, ate all that, drank all that soup. Chicken noodles, I'll never forget it, chicken noodles. And look, he done passed out on the table. The first food he had in probably a week. Then he just done laid his head over and he was sound asleep.
Make me a sandwich, Troy says.
Yeah, but old Bud, he done gone to DT. He's digging for turnips out there in the field. But
hey, at least try to feed first, man. Shit.
Well, I made him eat. First, and they come got him, and they couldn't figure out how he got out of that straitjacket. They thought his brother helped him get out. And Nig said, "Man, I woke up in the straitjacket, laying up in the bed. Bud was gone. He got out of that thing some sort of way." But I could write a book on Bud. I could write a book. I had that store 5 years, and I could write a book on that man. I could sit up here and tell stories about him that I know y'all wouldn't believe, but every bit of it is honest. I swear on as many Bibles and that John Parker could provide. he was something else. He was something else. He got kicked. He went to college, and he got. I, somebody told me that Bud went to college, and anyway, I asked him one day, "Bud, you go to college?" And he said, "Yeah, I went to college. Went over to Mississippi Valley State University." I said, "How long did you stay over there?" He said, "Almost 2 weeks." Almost 2 weeks. I said, "How the hell did you not get? How did you just stay 2 weeks?" He said, "They caught me sitting under the tree out there with a gallon of moonshine drinking it, and they sent me home. They made me come home." He's sitting out under the tree on the campus drinking moonshine. Ah, damn, Bud. I don't know if I've been keeping up, but Big Slim, I think I said hello to him before.
What's up, Big Slim?
I ain't speaking to Troy because he's going to pick on me. I think I'm good with everybody. Make me a sandwich. There you go. See you, Valerie. Been writing a lot of books. Yeah, I met in high school. Yeah, I guess you're right, Brian B.
Hey, all I got to say, man, y'all a damn hoot, you know.
Oh, I love to tell stories, but I have to be in the
Man,
right.
that's why I love you, brother. I love hearing you tell stories. It brings me back to, I ain't that damn old, but man, it brings me back to them days. You know what I'm saying?
I have to be in the right frame of mind to tell them. And when some folks say when I get to tell them, I don't never quit telling them. I can talk now.
Hell yeah, I used to need to be in the deer woods around the campfire, boy.
Been there, done that too.
I'm telling you, there go my line shit. But I know, I just love to hear you talk though, because you don't. I miss them stories I used to get heard. Get to hear that stuff.
Well, Possum, the thing that most people that don't know me, like all of y'all don't know me at all, other than what you see, is that I am a notorious, in my part of the little world that we live in, I am a notorious practical joker.
Oh, I know you done pulled my leg once tonight.
I know I'm talking about planned out, paid for.
Oh hell now.
I'm talking
Don't
about
set me
practical.
up now.
I'm talking
I'll
about
fall right in it, boy.
I'm talking about practical jokes that you would not believe. You would not believe some of the stuff. But I was brought up in a generation ahead of me that was nothing but practical jokers. And for some reason, I wrote all that stuff down. And watched in my brain.
That's so you can go back on it. What are you talking about?
And I improved on a lot of those. I improved on a lot of those jokes. But and pulling pranks on people. I mean, you would. I mean, dynamite, sawing bicycles up and put them on the flagpole, blacking out the movie theater. And you just can't imagine some of the practical jokes of pouring 110 gallons of gasoline in the road and setting it on fire. You can't imagine.
That's a waste of money. I mean, they put a cotton trailer on top of the school around here back in the day, but it wasn't like that.
A cotton trailer on top of the school. How about 3 mules in the library?
Oh yeah, we'd be hee-hawing then shit. That'd be cool.
Yeah, it was awful.
It was awful. He said.
Yeah, but one of these days I'll sit down in one of these chats and tell some of that crap.
Hey man, I love to hear it. Absolutely, that's
Hmm.
I love to hear
Is that right, Chris? That's great. I love a good practical joke. I
it.
feel it.
Me too. I don't get you hurt.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do nothing to hurt anybody.
Why, Lord knows I know that, sir. Good Lord.
And no, I didn't pay for the gas. We were sitting at a closed down service station, a bunch of us. And I told him, I said, man, I got to go home. I got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and get on a tractor. I said, but before I go, I'm going to fill my car with gas. And I reached over there and hit that button on and hit that lever on that gas tank, and that damn thing come on. And the service station was abandoned.
Shit. Don't get what you can get then, huh?
It was what you called what do they call it when they claim they can't the town had called it it wasn't safe to open. What did it was that word, there's a word there. And they made the man close it down. And I hit that gas pump and that thing cut on just like in the middle of the day. I said, wait a minute now, y'all, look at here. The light come on.
Yeah.
So I shot a little gas out on the ground and we all got out on our knees and smelled up and said, hell, that's gas. So we got in line and we filled all the vehicles up. Condemned, that's the word, condemned.
Yeah.
We filled all the vehicles up. And it was 4 or 5 of us. And we lived at a little small town, all of us farmers. And so we said, man, hell, well, let's go get some drums and fill them up with gas. And everybody had no oil drums sitting around, at the shop.
Yeah. Fill that 55-gallon thing up, boy.
So we all left in cars. And I know I come back through town. I was in a car and I had 2 55-gallon drums in the back of my car sitting in the trunk.
Hey, that's back when they made a trunk. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I had them sitting up. And we
anyway, go ahead.
We commenced to filling all them drums. Look, I like not being able to get over the railroad tracks in mine without dragging the gas tank out of money. And we carried them all back to our shop. We had a big old barn out there, and we set all them drums. I think we had 6 drums of gas. We got all them drums of gas out of there and set them in a line in the barn. And of course, we wanted Friday when we, gonna go knocking around, go from town to town, or whatever we was gonna do. We just carried one of them
ropes. Up. Yeah, buddy.
And my stepdaddy says, Bud, he said, you been coming out here and riding through my barn? We had a hallway in the middle of it.
Yeah.
A hallway on each side and had a big hallway in the middle where we could park cotton trailers if we had to. If it rained,
yeah, we had a fucking barn around here. No, excuse my F word, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Anyway, be careful with that.
My bad.
Anyway, we just drive through. Everybody had, it was free gas to whoever knew about it, and they just pull up and drive through the barn, and it looked like a damn highway through that barn. Well,
it looked like the woods with a road cut through it.
Yeah, my stepdad he was wondering what I was doing out there in the barn all the time. And he figured I'd bring them little girls.
Fueling up, boy.
He figured I'd bring them little girls out there, but no, it was filling up with gas, all of us, all 5 or 6 of us, how many it was. Well, somebody saw the man that owned the service station up there one day. The service station in the middle of town now. Somebody saw the guy that owned the condemned service station up there with the police.
Oh, boy.
And where it got around to us, I mean, there was one of us that saw it. It wasn't me, it was somebody else, the police. They was out there looking at the gas pumps. Well, now, we don't know what they was talking about. Had no idea what they was talking about. But we had 2 drums left. And we said, man, we got to get rid of this gas. we can't let them catch us with 110 gallons of gas. And I called my stepdaddy Bill, and I said, man, Bill kill me. Because I can't lie to him, and he'll know where them damn cans, especially he already seen all this traffic. So we decided that we was gonna carry that gas and pour it out on the ground and burn it and get rid of all the evidence. And then we decided that we was gonna carry that gas and pour it across the highway and burn it. So about I don't know, it's after midnight. We didn't haul them 255-gallon drums of gas. So when we out in the country and got up at north of town, where it was two big old road ditches on each side of the highway, main highway out of Memphis now.
That's what was bad, see.
It's 61 highway. It was the Blues Highway. And we got out there and took the little bung hole out and opened the big bung hole, and we poured them 255-gallon drums. And I mean, we drained them. 110 gallons of gas. And it done run all and in them road ditches. And we got out there in the road ditch and found where it was running and got down below it a little ways and built a fire, a little old bitty fire. And the gas was steady running down the road ditch. Well, of course, when that fire got to that gas is running, it was a bomb went off, but let me tell you what, it lit up the world. Both sides of the highway was on fire. The highway was on fire. And we didn't carry our cars. We didn't carry our cars back down and park them in the edge of the woods with the barrel. And we was laying out there in the big old tall cotton field watching. Man, I don't know how many policemen and law enforcement there was in that part of Mississippi at that time, but I'm gonna believe half of them was there. And they was walking with flashlights and looking and trying to figure out, looking for a wreck and looking for a trailer truck and turned over. They couldn't find. And they didn't do nothing. Let it. They sprayed some. The first thing they did was spray water on it, because you know what that did. But we had the whole world on fire, man. That fire, that black spot stayed in that highway. I must have been about 16, 17 years old when that happened. And hey, John Parker, when I left there when I was 30, you can still see black marks on the gravel on the side of that road up there, where it burnt that gravel. But there was a line of traffic backed up, hell, 2 or 3 miles on either side of that fire. Hey, John. But didn't nobody get hurt. And we didn't get locked up for vandalism or stealing gas. I imagine John Parker been down that road. He seems to be that kind of fellow. He's been down that road before. Okay, Wild Action, thank you for coming by, man. I'm that weed hopper gonna go live here in about what, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of here in 15 minutes. I'm gonna get out of here before his live starts.
I'm gonna make some charcoal or get it started anyway. I gotta cook my chicken, y'all. My wife done got the popper done and I'm slacking.
You ain't
I
even
usually do them on the grill, but I told her, well, hell, just do them in the oven tonight.
Well, you ain't even got no charcoal. How you gonna do it?
Yeah, I got charcoal. I just ain't got much lighter fluid. But we're gonna do, we're gonna make it happen, man. Where there is a will, there is a way. You know what I mean? That's like can't fell down in a slop bucket and drown. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You need to get you one of them towels to quit using that damn lighter fluid.
Yeah, I need me a couple of them Weber dillies I can, start it without. I hope to have a pellet grill one day, but that means I'm lazy. But I still want one.
I
I
use
still want one for certain food. I mean,
I use charcoal. That's all I cook on. But I got one of them handheld things. You put the charcoal in the top and some paper in the bottom.
Yep.
yeah. That's what I need. That's what Mister Duggar told me. Quit using all
And you,
that gas, boy.
you don't use that lighter fluid. You don't.
I
I
know. I
do.
need two of them.
Well, you're gonna be surprised
I
that
don't even use paper.
you just use a heating torch, a little old
I
butane
buy
torch.
them those little bars that you can light.
Right. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They
The ones I buy, they look like little tumbleweed.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I use paper. In fact, I use the paper.
Yeah.
I use the
I used
paper
to
off
use
the
what the
charcoal.
charcoal comes off, baby.
That's the paper I use to start mine.
There you go, then. Hell yeah. Yeah, I
I,
love that.
oh, hey, Bill. Damn, why ain't you been in here if you've been in here all the time?
He said, yeah, I love the way you talk. I ain't lying. You just like me. I
Who,
like,
Glad I came on.
damn,
who
what's his
you talking
name?
to? You talking about Weed Hopper? I mean, Wild Bill. Wild Bill's an old friend of mine. He
Well, I like
wanted,
the way you talk, and I like the way, I like the way a lot of people talk, but it's hard to beat this country shit, you know what I mean? But I love to hear your stories, and I like to hear what's his country plum country. Or it ain't plum country. It's close to that though. I was just on there. Golly,
you should have come up, Bill.
yeah, old Pooch. So y'all know Pooch, man. I like him because he's real real, man.
I figured Bill gonna come up and give me some hell about the Razorback,
Oh,
but I can
you
always
want
hit.
them piggies?
He is now. He the boot.
Full
That's
blown
where he
country.
lives.
Thank you, Chris.
He lives
I
up there in
thank you.
Piggyville.
Well, hey, I love hearing old. Oh, I mean, I love hearing stories, and I like the old. I'm part old fashioned myself. Anyway, it's me learning to be a high tech redneck now. For real, man.
Man, I'm lucky I can run StreamYard.
I just now got on though. I still am a rookie at it. You know what I mean? It takes time to
Yeah.
learn. Just like, fishing, hunting,
Yep.
cooking, it all takes time.
Oh, y'all know I've been eating cabbage again.
Oh. That's what he said. Hey, but I love y'all and I appreciate you letting me come up here and talk to you because I can do a hell of a lot better talking to you than I can chatting.
All right, Possum.
But I gotta go get some charcoal started, y'all.
All right, bud.
All right.
I love y'all and I hope you get another fish, Lance, man. That was cool. That was great. I hope you
Yeah.
enjoy your fish, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck to you, bud.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
All right. Here, fishy. He never did say it. That gummy is so. He usually pretty good at calling them fish up.
Yeah. Man, at least I got one.
So, yeah, okay, Lord. I know it, man. It don't bother me that folks think I'm old, because I guess I am kind of old. Look, my dad is 99, so I don't know.
And David, I'm trying.
All right, Tim. Thank you, Tim, for stopping. I appreciate the good words
All
all
right,
of y'all
Tina.
say. I'm surprised that you can understand me, Lourdes. I'm really surprised you can understand. You probably where you catch about every 3 or 4 words. I know you can't understand me. Some of the Yankees can't understand me. I know somebody from England can't understand me.
Yeah. I
And you
still
can't,
get
you
that
catching
up
up.
here.
Okay, he's catching up. Yeah. Do you like I told my Polish friend one time? He said, I didn't catch that joke. And I said, well, let me talk slower. Yeah. I said, let me talk slower. Oh, John D. Right, boy, he got my head. He's about 7 foot tall, about 4 foot wide at the shoulders. I said, well, let me talk slower for you, John. Oh.
Man, living here in Wisconsin and having my Texas accent.
Yeah, yeah. He was a Polish guy. And yeah, and I don't understand you. Yeah, because, well, you in California, though. You ain't supposed to understand me. I don't understand California people. Let me tell y'all something. Here's a story for you. And y'all put yourself in my place. When I found my daddy, I was 40 years old. My biological daddy. He's in California, Northern California, a town called Redding, California, up north of Sacramento. We exchanged letters, we exchanged phone calls, we exchanged everything, and I asked him, "Did you?" And he'd been remarried and everything. And I said, "You think I could come out to meet you? I'd like to meet you." He said, "Man, I'd love for you to come out." He was an electronics engineer for a private telephone company that put in the oh damn, what's the drawings they have for the Powerball? What do you call it? The lottery? His
Yeah.
phone company got the contract to put in all those terminals in from Sacramento to Oregon and the whole Northern California. And they had a contract with one of the universities out there to put in all the seismographic things for this university. And they would put them way down in the ground to register the earthquakes out there, to the earthquake center somewhere at one of them universities out there. Well, anyway, he had seven, I think it was 7, 8 people that worked in his office, under him. So he'd been there forever, a long time. And so in my 5-day visit, now Brian B, listen to this, Brian B. I know you're in here. When on about the second or third day I was there, he had a schedule made out for us. He had taken off work, except they have to call in, if we and check in with stuff. And we were sightseeing, but anyway, I think it was the third day. He had planned for us to go to the office and eat lunch at his office with his group that worked for him. So we go, and of course I talk the same way then as I talk now. It ain't hard to figure out I'm from the South. I mean, Anyway, we go in and he introduced me, and there's one man, him is my daddy, one man, and 6 ladies. They're not secretaries now. These are ladies that do a job, something to do with either the lottery and the electronics or the seismographic and the electronics. These ain't people that are secretaries. So I'm introduced myself and to all of them and shake their hand and it was really nice, and all of them hugged my neck, and this one girl next to the last one, this one lady shook my hand and said, "Glad to meet you. We really love your daddy and all." And I said, "Well, yeah, I see. It seems like everybody has a. I hope y'all not putting on a show for me." I said, "It seems like he seems like a pretty good fella, about what I said." And she says, "But I've got a question for you." And I said, "Yes, ma'am." He said, "Do y'all still strap blacks to trees and beat them in Mississippi? Do y'all still strap black to trees and beat them in Mississippi?" And that's what she asked me in front of that whole crowd.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, wow. And I turned around and I looked at my dad, and he turned as red as this little sign up here in the top of this thing where it says live for 3 hours and 22 minutes. How would you respond to that question? How in the world does a man respond to that question on the spur of the moment? With all them people standing there, and they all standing there staring at you. Do you say, "No, ma'am," and leave it at that? Do you say, "I've never seen it done"? What do you do?
Exactly. I would be speechless.
Well, hell, I was speechless. I didn't know what to say. And then I bound to have stood there for, I'm going to say, at least 10 seconds, which seemed like 13 or 20 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
And I started getting mad. And my feet started hurting. I got so mad. And it came all the way, and my ears got mad, and my hands got mad. And I was standing there, and I said, "I ought to choke this bitch to death." That the redneck, what happened to redneck came out of me, see?
Yep.
And I said, I ought to just knock her up against that wall. I said, "But I can't do that." And I said, "Ma'am, let me tell you something. This came out of my mouth so quick. I said, "Ma'am, let me tell you something. I have nothing in the world against black people. Not one single iota of a thing do I have against black people. In fact, I think every white man ought to own at least 2. That's exactly what I told her. And she that woman grabbed her lunch and run out of the room when I said that.
Wow.
And now I know. Well, wait now. And I turned around to my dad, and my dad was smiling. I mean, he had a smile from ear to ear. And I turned around and looked at the other 5 people, and they were saying, "Steve," he said, "That's probably the best thing you could have ever told that helper." One of them told one of them women told me that. And I said, "Look, y'all." Yeah, that's right, Brian. But I decided, I said, I don't let it, man. I'll never forget that. That's one of the most awkward moments I've ever had in my life. But that,
Wow.
but that's what I told her, right point blank, as serious as I could be, because I was man enough to knock her out. And I'd never hit a lady in my life. Well, that wasn't no lady, that was a heifer. But she grabbed her little stuff and left the room. Because I don't have nothing against black folks. I think every white man ought to own at least two. That's exactly what I told her. Because that's what she was expecting, so that's what I gave her. But boy, it drives me. Man. And my daddy apologized for 4 more days about all that. I said, you don't have to apologize to me. I just wished I'd have known that something like that I didn't even know something like that was possible to happen to a person.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but she expected me to say, yeah, we hang them up and beat them all day long every day, man. Lord have mercy. What kind of world does she think we live in down here? Yeah, far. I wish Chuck's coin rings had been standing there with me when she said that. He'd have knocked her out. I'd have had to hold him back. I said, oh, CP, don't worry about that. CP would have jumped on her. I mean, you can't talk to him like that. Lord have mercy. Shoot, fire. But boy, I never had that feeling my whole life. My wife ain't never even made me that mad. And that's 53 years worth. Oh, man. Yeah, you're exactly right, Brian B. You know, CP and I done run into stuff like that before with the white community. And I've had to, but CP's always handled it itself. And, you know, with me right there beside him. And, because we run around together. We run all over this country, metal detecting and everything else. And, you know, he's my partner. And he's big enough to, he stop a damn train. I don't worry about nothing when I'm with CP. And you don't worry about nothing when he's with me. But, yeah, CP would have flatlined her. No, I don't know. Yeah, he might have. But, you know, he's my running buddy. And if I got a running buddy, it's him. But we get a raw deal down here in Mississippi. And we know it. I mean, we know we do. And but that's just the way it is. We live with it. But I don't like to talk about that kind of stuff. But I thought y'all might enjoy listening to that story. That ain't. I mean that's a fact. If I ever told. Well, you know, I live by one rule my whole life, and my friends that I've had through the years have been friends that treated me the way I want to be treated, and it ain't never made me no difference,
Right.
one way or the other, what they were, as long as they treat me the way I want to be treated, and fair and square, vice versa. You know, that's the way I was raised. You don't judge you judge a book by how the book talks to you and treats you. Now, if somebody wants to be an arrogant SOB, or they want to be sorry, they want to be grouchy, they don't want to be friends, they want to act bad, and then I don't have no use for them. And that's just, they ain't gonna be nobody in mine. All right, y'all. Look, Weed Hopper said he was going live at 10 o'clock. And I guess it's scheduled. Does he have a show that he does on 10 o'clock? I guess he does. He said it was scheduled.
Huh.
And I don't feel good about being on here with somebody else that got a program going.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, thanks for having me up here, Mr. Steve.
well, I appreciate you coming, and you caught that bourbon on the live stream. That tickles me.
Yeah.
All right, what do you think, Brian B? Is this hold up, Lance? Let me see what Brian thinks. He's been here a lot longer than the rest of them. What do you think, Brian B? Okay, Bill. You think I ought to shut it down and be courteous and show him? Well, what do y'all think? I don't want to cause any problem. I don't want to cause any problem. No reason. Well, quite frankly, I'm tired of looking at Lance. Oh no, I was just playing with you boys.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I think I already might have made him mad earlier when I said something to him about John Parker. I don't know. I just I wanted to see what was going on. I don't care if y'all want me to stay around. I mean, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't even sleeping. I slept this afternoon after all the family left. You don't think he care? All right, there ain't but one way I think I can stay on. If that's somebody else will come up here, maybe Brian B. If he won't pick on me, or Hogleg, or Indiana Chris, or Troy. No, I'm gonna remove Troy because I know what he's gonna do if he comes up here. Troy come up here, he's sure gonna pick on me, and I'm gonna have to remove him, and then he'll be mad at me. One of y'all come on up. Brian or Troy, either one, or David. David, I wouldn't mind meeting you, man. Or all of y'all, I don't care. I don't know. You know, Brian Beaton aged a lot here lately. He looked like he got some stress on him or something. He done got old looking. Wonder what's up in his life. You know, when you get stressed, you start aging quick. Okay, Chris. Thank you for coming in, bud. I don't want to. I hope I ain't interfering. Golly, I don't want to get my name scattered around to him. There's my buddy right there. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Steve.
Now y'all talking about a load now. Load just come up here.
Hey, let me tell you a good story.
Go ahead.
My wife and I decided on our 50th wedding anniversary, which I probably told you, we're going to take a cruise.
Right.
So this is about our fourth or fifth cruise. About $5,500 for this cruise.
Yeah.
So we fly from Fayetteville to Florida.
Say the state now.
Yeah, we fly from Fayetteville, Arkansas to Florida. All right. And that Thursday we catch the boat. And we're going to 6 different islands on a 9-day cruise. So that Thursday we get on the boat. They know it's our 50th anniversary, and during the big dinner meal, they come and bring us our food and sing happy 50th anniversary and give us the cake. And it was nice. And we had a room with a big balcony on it. And so that Friday, we kind of circled around the ship and kind of see what we want to do, what shows we wanted to go to. And I get up Sunday morning and I told my wife, I said, boy, I'm not feeling good. And she said, what's wrong? I said, I don't know. And all of a sudden I started getting a fever. My throat swelled completely together. So I called the front office and they said, well, you need to go down and let the doctor on the second floor. So I go down and she says, well, tell me your symptoms. And I told her, and she said, well, how long have you, she said, how long did this start? I said, well, it didn't start till really Sunday morning. So she said, well, we need to give you a COVID test. I said, oh, Lord. So they gave my wife a COVID test and they gave me a COVID test. I test positive. They said, Mr. Wright, you cannot leave your room for 6 days. I said, what? Said, yep. Said, you can't leave your room for 6 days. We'll give you another test. You have COVID. And we think it's the COVID-19. It's a pretty serious. And I said, so I know you're not going to leave my wife in this room with me. And she said, well, CDC protocols said, yes, we will. I said, lady, CD protocols done killed over 2 million people. So they said, well, we can't send anybody in to clean your room, but we will bring your food to you. And so I look at my wife, I said, well, we got one queen size bed. And I said, a king size bed. And I said, I'm sweating. I've got a temp. I can't swallow. I said, I just feel horrible. So I asked this doctor, I said, well, do you have anything for COVID? And she said, well, the only thing we have is antibiotics is all we're set up for in the ship. So I told my wife, I said, I don't want to get you sick, so I'm not going to sleep in the bed. The little old couch is about as uncomfortable as you can get. And so I have a CPAP machine, and I had to rearrange my CPAP machine, run an extension cord across the floor, and sleep on this couch. Well, lay on this couch. Because I was the only person that been on a 9-day cruise and lost 11 pounds.
Lord have mercy, boy.
Oh,
So I was sick. I couldn't eat. And so they tell my wife, they said, well, you can leave the room, but you have to sit by yourself and wear a mask. And I told my wife, I said, these people are crazy. I said, surely they could put you in another room to where you wouldn't get COVID and you could at least enjoy yourself to a degree.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they said, no, that's so anyway. So my beautiful wife, here I am sick. And all I can do is sit on that balcony and look at the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was 6 days of pure, it was the worst time I ever had in my life. So
I'll be daggone.
that we were supposed to leave off the boat that Saturday. So then that Friday they come down and they test me. I'm negative and my wife is positive for COVID.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So I called my son and I said, what do you think's going to happen, Chris? He said, well, they're probably going to call the airport because they set up your flights. And I go, yeah. And I said, because, we paid this money that when we get off the boat Saturday, they're carried straight to the airport and we come home. And they said, well, they're probably going to call the airlines and says mama has COVID and they're going to make y'all spend 7 days in a motel and see a doctor there. So I called the maitre d' who's over all the rooms. And I said, look, my wife's got COVID because you wouldn't take her out of the room. And I said, every time they brought a meal to me, I said, somebody walked in the room with no mask on, put all my food down, and then walked out. And I said, are we going to be able to leave this ship Saturday? And so he kind of was hesitant. And I said, well, let me say this another way. I said, I'm going to leave this ship Saturday, and my wife's going with me. And I don't think you or anybody else who be cleaning these rooms can stop me from doing that. And he said, oh, no, sir. Said, you can leave the room. And I said, well, what about my flight? Said, well, you put on the mask. You can catch the plane. You can catch your flight. So I said, okay. So he said, but do not put your luggage out. We'll come to your room and get you. So my wife and I are in the room. About 8 o'clock Saturday morning, they knock on the door. And these two little girls come in and they say, Mr. Wright, we come to carry you off the ship. Well, they carried us down through the bottom of the ship where they do all the work and all the tools. And then they carried us out on a dock. And this dock was muddy and water, and they had people working, running up and down it in trucks. And so we go through all this, and they carry us out front. And they said, I said, we all are at least going to get us a car, because we were told that we couldn't even catch the shuttle that we'd paid for. He said, no, sir, you can't catch the shuttle. I said, well, can you get us a car to the airport? No, sir. I said, that's up to you. So this is as far as we go. And they just turned around and left my wife and I standing there at that dock.
Give me the name of the cruise.
It was Celebrity Cruise Ships.
Celebrity? That's a good one not to ever use, huh?
Man, I mean, we've had four other cruises with Celebrity. We've been to Alaska and everywhere else with no problem. But the COVID protocol they had, you didn't have to wear a mask. You didn't have to be tested as long as you had the COVID shot. Well, having that COVID shot doesn't keep you from getting COVID. So anyway, my wife and I, we've got these 50-pound suitcases. My wife is sick as she can be with a fever, and I'm still weak because I've been bedridden for 6 days. And
you standing there wondering what to do next.
Didn't know what to do. So finally I see this person. I said, can you help me? I said, I need a cab to the airport. Got to go down the street and cross this street and go down here. So we did, and we catch a cab. And I told Debbie, I said, I just pray that they going to let us on this airplane. So we put our mask on, and they let us on the plane. And so we fly from Fort Lauderdale, and we fly to North Carolina as where we catch our next plane. So we're on this plane, and I'm feeling weak, and my wife is sick as heck. So when we get on this plane, it's got 9 levels in it. It's such a big, giant plane. And I tell the stewardess, I said, listen, ma'am, I said, we're both weak. And I said, when we get to North Carolina to catch our other plane, I said, we got 21 minutes to catch that flight. I said, can you please announce to try to, because we're in section 8, which is almost the back of the plane. She said, sure, we can do that. So they get up, they land, and they said, well, everybody please keep seated except for the ones that have less than a 30-minute flight time. Everybody gets up. Nobody listens. Me and my wife standing there. And you got these people that forgot where they put their cases. So finally we get off the plane, and I told Debbie, I asked the lady there, I said, where is section E4 dock to catch our plane? She said, Mr. Wright, it's at the other end of the airport, 1.75 miles.
Wow.
And we got 20-something minutes to catch this thing. So my wife and I start running. Well,
oh shit.
as fast as we can go, pulling these suitcases. I'm pulling both of the big suitcases because she's sick. 250-pound suitcases, wheels busted on one. And I thought, I literally thought I was going to pass out. We were so demoralized. So finally we get to where we load our plane and nobody's asked the lady. I said, have we missed our flight? She said, no, sir. She said, they're just fixing to leave. If you'll run, you can catch his flight. So we run and catch our flight, fly into Fayetteville, and we get home. And I told my wife, I said, I'm like you, Steve. When I get through talking to somebody, I hope I can invite them to Sunday school. You know what I'm saying?
I know it.
You want to treat them nice. But I told my wife, I said, I'm finna break about 7 or 8 of these commandments when I talk to these people, when I get them on the phone.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. It just,
So I called.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
So I called Celebrity Cruise Line, talked to one of the guys, and he said, Mr. Wright, said, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll give you $30 back that you were supposed to catch that shuttle.
$30.
And I went $30. She said, no, he said, no, wait a minute, Mr. Wright, I'm still not talking to you. I said, okay. And he said, we're going to give you a prorated part of how much money you paid for your cruise. I said, well, what do you mean by prorated? He said, but we'll give you 6 days credit. Since you were in that room 6 days,
Okay.
and your wife was in the room, we're going to give you 6 days credit. So I said, okay, how much? So what kind of money we're talking about? He said, well, let me figure it out. So my wife's sitting there and she looks at me and she said, we're going to be lucky to get $500 back out of all this stuff. And he said, Mr. Wright, we're sorry the way you were treated. It should have been different. We're going to give you $2,800 of your money back.
Oh,
I said, well, that's, but man, Steve, it was horrible, buddy.
So at $2,800, I guess, I don't know. I'd wait till I got the check cash, and I'd call him and tell him to kiss my ass. Don't do it. Don't do it until you get the check cash, though.
I mean, that in Celebrity, that's one of most of the people on there, people our age. I mean, it's a high dollar ship. I mean, it's the best meals. I mean, and they bring in these lobsters, and I can't eat nothing. I told the wife, I said, David, she said, man, you're gonna die. You got to eat something, Bill. I said, look, I'm 60 pounds overweight. I got enough fat to last me 2 weeks.
There you go. Just bring me some water.
Yeah.
Don't let me dehydrate.
Well, I drank plenty of water and juice, but my goodness, it was a bad experience. I told my son said, well, Daddy, if you call them, they'll probably give you another cruise. I said, I am never getting on another ship, and I am never getting on another plane, period.
Hey, Rhonda, she said she's recovering from COVID.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I guess I've just been lucky. I hadn't gotten it, and I don't take no shots. I don't do nothing. I didn't do any of it. I may still get it, but look here, y'all. Now we're talking about this COVID, and a lot of these people have heard me say this, and I think you have too, Bill. And I know Lance has. But I watch them honky tonks down there in Key West live streaming.
Yeah.
I got 4 of them that I watch, and I watch them every night. I've watched them tonight, earlier before I did this live. And out of the years, I guess 1 or 2 years that I've been watching them, I've seen one Oriental family, one Asian family with masks on, walking the streets and this, and that, and the other. And I mean, I've watched thousands and thousands and thousands of people go through those honky tonks and walk on the streets, sightseeing and this, and that, and the other, Hey, Kenny.
How you doing, Kenneth?
I've only seen one
Richard.
Asian family with mask on. Now, I don't understand how it works. I don't know. I don't understand it. But I
Well,
know these folks down there don't think nothing about COVID.
we went through that 2 or 3 months of or the 6 months of the worst time. Never caught COVID. But the reason we took our shots is we had planned this cruise a year ahead of time. And they said, without shots, you cannot take this cruise and you won't get your money back.
There you go.
Wow.
So,
Bill, let me tell you this. You know where Corinth is? Corinth, Mississippi.
yeah.
When my grandson, he's at Mississippi State now, but when he was a senior 2 years ago at where he played football in high school down in Jackson, Madison, they played Corinth. Corinth won the state in their class division the year before, and so did MRA as a private school. And anyhow, COVID was strong. And they was having trouble scheduling football games. And so Corinth and MRA scheduled a football game at Corinth. And it's about 4.5, 5 hours from Greenville. I mean, Corinth is a long way from anywhere in Mississippi.
Yeah.
And so Kay and I took off. We got all the masks and we got everything. And we had been to some MRA football games already early in the season, 1 or 2, and everybody had masks on, and sitting spread out in the bleachers and this, and that, and the other. Oh no, yeah, there he is. Well, there's 2 or 3 in the bleachers. I'm sorry, y'all. So I'm sorry I didn't see y'all. Y'all was below the line down there.
No worries, buddy. No worries.
So we get to Corinth, and when we get there, I said, "Okay, we need to stop and go to the bathroom and everything before we go." And so we stopped at one of them places there on the side of the road. And the first thing I immediately noticed when I went in there, nobody had a mask on. Nobody. And there was people in it. It was busy. We went to the bathroom. We come on back out. And I said, "Kay, you notice anything?" She said, "There ain't nobody up here wearing masks." I said, "Not a soul." We got to the football game, and it was their homecoming. It was Corinth, and Corinth is a big school. I don't know. It's the second largest division in Mississippi, and so it's big. And it's their homecoming, and they got it, done had the parade and everything. That place was packed with people from all, homecoming. I didn't see nobody with a mask. Nobody up there. And this was in the height of COVID. Now, how in the heck does that work? So I started following Tishomingo County on the internet, on Google, and COVID cases. And hell, they didn't never have no COVID hardly up there. No more than anybody else anywhere else. And them people did not abide by no laws in Corinth. Now, how do you explain that, Bill?
Well, I like I say, my wife and I, we kept going to, we kept away from restaurants. We didn't do a lot of stuff right when it was there really bad. We kind of just, because of our age and we never had to worry about it. And then, I had several friends that died. They said died from COVID, but whether it was COVID or not, I don't know.
COVID, they had something. Look, Kay is 75 years old. She still gets something, goes and teaches school every morning. My wife.
Yeah.
And now I don't go and come and go in. I don't go to the rack and queue and the honky tonks or nothing, but I go in and out of these other stores and places.
Yeah.
But she goes and is in contact with them kids every single day. And has been. They did that online, that television school, that waste of time school.
Right.
They did it 9 weeks at Deer Creek. 9 weeks. The last 9 weeks of 2020 or 2020, whenever it was, 2020, I guess. They've been in class ever since. Ever since. She sat in that classroom with them little snotty-nosed kids every day for, what, a year and a half? 2 years now? She don't wear no mask in that classroom. She ain't brought nothing home to me.
Well, you know, all of you, a lot of this was political. A
If you
lot of this,
Most of it is political, yeah.
if you're already about half dead and you get COVID, it's gonna kill you, or it could kill you.
look, I've
that's
had
the way I look
I've
at it.
had the flu and everything else. I've never been as sick as I was those
Yeah.
6 days. I mean, it's hard to explain that sickness, but that's the first time I've ever had COVID.
Yeah.
My wife didn't have it as bad as I did. She was pretty, but I mean, it's depending on what variants you catch. They got so many variants of this junk.
Yeah.
But
I don't
we
wanna
don't wear
get-
masks.
I really don't want to get off on all that too much because I'll get mad in a heartbeat.
Oh, I know. You know, we don't wear masks now. We go out to eat. We do what we want to do. But yeah, it's that's
Well, let me ask you this: don't you do a lot of crappie fishing?
yeah.
You see this man down here in the lower left.
Hey! Don't even start that.
You see, really, virtually, he makes the best crappie jigs in the United States, 30 cents a piece, and he pays shipping.
Hey, look! I
And you
heard
get
him
a-
talk about those crappie jigs the other night.
And he'll give you a deal if you'll order a dozen.
Can I tell you something? Why are we talking about COVID and not talking about Lance actually fishing?
Oh well, I tell you what, you're right about that, Lord. Is that I'm fixing to tend to that if I can figure out how to do it. Y'all got too many people
How
up
you
here
doing, ladies and Bill?
now. There you go. We brought Lance a lot of good luck right off the get go, but it looked like his bad luck done rubbed off on him now.
Look like
Come
he
on,
left.
Lance. Come on, Lance. It's about time we put that center rod out.
Yeah,
How's that guard dog work on them Burby?
don't know. Trying to find out.
Well, hurry up.
Come on, Lance.
Hello, Matt.
Let's stop putting the world down and let's start putting the world back up again.
Well, I shouldn't have been on that rant, but
No,
it's a
you're a
lot-
diamond bloke. You really are. I love your stories and everything. You know what I mean? You're an absolute diamond. You really are.
Well, send me a $5 bill. I'll be tickled with it.
Well, you can send me a $20 bill back, okay?
All right, you got a deal.
I'll
I'm
take
all
a $5 bill and 3 dozen jigs.
I'm all about profit, Lordy.
Steve, I'm going to send you my address.
You begging for money.
Steve, I'm going to send you my address. I want one of those stickers.
All right, send it. My email. Somebody had it up here earlier. You know my email?
I'll send it to your phone.
Send him the money, put a stamp, or you won't
No,
get it.
I'm gonna put my email in here. Hold on.
You better send him a stamped envelope, send it back
I
in.
can do a little bit of south. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. All right.
Yeah, all right. I can do that.
There it is, Bill.
Let's see.
I can hit you up on that, or no worries.
I'm going to have to go write it down, Steve.
I'm going to write that down.
All you got to do is remember Long Cut 2004. Surely you remember Hotmail. You ain't that old. You ain't as old as I am.
Look, man, I look at my driving license to see who I am.
Okay.
I've already got that. Don't worry about it.
Just think about Skoll 2004.
Steve.
When
Yeah.
I'm coming over to the USA,
Yeah.
that'll be straight in there. Trust me.
Missy Kennedy's in the basement.
You coming this way?
I will be eventually. Yes, sir.
All right, we got a lady on the premises, so we can't be talking rough now.
No, okay. No worries.
Hey, Kelly.
Oh, we got Missy.
Hey
We got
guys, I just wanted to come in and find out why Troy's not making those jigs. I mean, I've asked order for some jigs and I need them made.
Well, now don't you make jigs?
No.
Well, yeah, you make jigs because I've seen pictures of them. Now, what you need to be doing is making them for a handicapped guy instead of the other way around.
Oh, so we're going to use the handicap for a fallback, right?
Yeah.
Even I understood that, and I'm English.
I've been going around all these chat rooms and pasting Alvin's Lewis name up for cheap jigs.
Skull said
Got news.
skull long cut. I said skull long cut.
I got news for you. Old Alvin's got you a back order too.
I know it does.
It's good to see you, Troy, as well, by the way.
Good to see
And
you.
nice
too.
to meet you, Missy.
Good to meet you too, buddy.
Yeah, 30-cent jigs.
Bill's
Cheap.
just a plaster of Paris.
Cheap about a dozen.
Well,
No,
Steve,
Steve, you
if
didn't-
I order a dozen from him, would he sign them?
A dozen what?
If I
Bill's
order a
just a
dozen
plaster of
jigs
Paris.
from him, will he sign them?
Oh, they little bitty jigs. They can't sign them.
Well, let me put to y'all this way: you can order all you want. I just don't ship.
Oh, so you're well constipated then.
I'm trying to build your business up,
But
Troy.
if y'all want to start sending me a check every month for jigs, I'll show cash it.
Hey, Steve. Steve, they went down.
They 20
The
cents.
more you order, the cheaper they get.
Yeah, I know it.
26 cents is 25 cents for just a regular jig,
Yeah.
and 26 cents for one with the rubber leg.
With rubber legs.
And you
What
get a free tackle. And you get a free tackle bag with each order.
What about the lizard ones?
Yeah.
Troy, if Missy,
Alvin
Missy
Lewis is
must-
the only one that got the lizard ones.
Missy must be your agent, Troy.
I
I'm
know.
I'm the CEO of the company.
Well, I can tell you right now, you ain't much of a profit maker at 30 cents a jig. I'm gonna have to fire you.
Well, I figure by the time I take my 20 cents and I give you 10 cents, well, I'll be making pretty good money.
I'm gonna tell y'all the secret about tying jigs to make money. You don't do it.
Don't do it.
No, you don't.
No, you get somebody else to make them for you, Steve.
Yeah, because the thing about it is, time you buy all that stuff and then you make them and you ship them, especially with the post office prices the way they are, you don't make a whole lot.
Steve, you know where Taylor's bait shop is there in Greenville?
I know exactly where it is. I do a lot of business with him.
He makes. I'll call him, and he's made I bought as many as 30 from him.
Yeah, he makes them. He sure
Yeah, I'll
does.
tell him what I want, and he'll make them. You know, normally deer hair, and I've got a whole box full of them now that he made for me a couple of years ago.
And
Yeah,
them guys tie every day, 2-3 hours a day.
That's right. You shouldn't be on here, Troy. You should be making
Well.
our jigs.
Like I said, you better get on and watch that video I made the other day and make your own jigs.
Steve, what kind of friends
I'm
you
sorry, but I feel sorry for Lance at this precise moment and every time
Yeah.
at this precise moment in time, because he's out there fishing, doing all this, and everything is around everybody else within the community, and not really focusing on Lance.
Well, I done tried to fix that twice. Now he's focused. Bill, these friends I got. Now the only one of them in here I had to protect myself from is Troy. And Lourdes and Missy,
the
Lourdes
Hawaiian troll. The
and Lourdes,
Hawaiian troll.
yeah, Lourdes and Missy and Lance are not gonna bug me. But Troy will try to make me remove him. So I have to be
I can remove him if you want.
so I have to be proactive instead of reactive.
Well, it's rather inactive more than anything.
We get off this live, I'll call you and give you an answer on that.
You're promoting somebody's live and you're not really focusing on it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Man, I got to tell you, I went to a play tonight and it rained and rained and rained. I hate going out in the rain.
That's why you should have been home making my jigs.
It's rained here since Thanksgiving Day.
Right. Here too.
Now, when I got to the play and then got out of the play, it was still raining. As soon as I got home, it quit.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. I didn't know you had a friend that went to opera plays.
You can't tell about Troy. He just got off a cruise.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
My cruise went better than yours.
I believe it did.
Well, if it's a name Troy, it's normally round the Greek islands.
Don't worry about it, Buck. It don't make no difference. We all just in here. It don't matter.
No, it's all right. Don't worry. It's just a lot of you don't understand the English sense of humour sometimes, you know. So I understand.
Hey, Lourdes, while you on here, and you
Well,
over
I'm
there.
on here because I love following the catfishing channels.
Well, look, my other hobby is metal detecting. And of course, I'm assuming you know the series The Detectorist.
Yeah, I follow blistering. Yeah, Magnex fishing in the UK. I follow quite a few channels. Yeah, on the old magnet fishing in the UK.
Wait a minute now. I'm not talking about fishing. I'm talking about metal detecting.
Yes, metal detecting, and a lot of them
Do
do
you-
a lot of it
Do you
actually
you-
in the rivers.
do you know the series that's produced over there in England called The Detectorist? It was
The Detectorist.
the TV series. It was 3 seasons, six episodes per season.
Oh, is that all on Channel 4?
Lord have mercy, man. Now you passing me up on what channel it was on. We watch it on Netflix.
I've heard the Detectorists, but we also do a lot of stuff over here, as you well know. Yeah, archaeology, all sorts.
Yeah. No, this is a I don't know what y'all call it over there, but it's a spoof off of metal detecting. It's I don't know how to, anyway, the season, their programs have been off for 2 years, but they're doing a special, 90 minutes. They're doing a 90-minute special that went to the editors in September.
Hey, hold on a minute, Steve.
Yeah.
You got somebody in the basement.
Well,
Oh Lord, somebody
I
else?
would appreciate you sending me the link, and I will hit it up and look into it.
I don't know who it could be because I can't get to any more in the basement. I can only see 6.
Okay.
I see all 6 of them.
Okay, well, I'll back down and let him come up. It's Brian, okay?
I don't know how to do it any different. Everybody that I see is already up on screen.
Well,
Okay.
if anybody can send me the link, to my,
I'll
my page
I'll
or
back
whatever.
down
Yeah.
and let him come up, okay?
Don't worry about it, Missy. It's up to you. You will.
No, Brian's in the basement. Let him talk a
No,
little
I'll
bit.
definitely
I'll
look
come
into
back
it. I
later.
mean,
Okay, Missy. All right, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do, girl.
it'd be nice. It'd be nice to see a bit of work from Lance, and a few little words with Lance as well. You know.
But
Yeah.
anyhow, this special that's coming up is an hour and a half, and I was just wondering if you knew anything.
I know
about
you're
it.
sharing it out. I know you're sharing it out because you're a decent guy, Steve. I know that.
I don't know how to share nothing.
Well, you already have.
I'm just and I don't know, Missy. I didn't hear anybody in the basement.
It's Brian B.
Well, where is he?
Oh, it's Brian B. It's BBC, is it?
Try it
I
again,
don't,
Brian.
I don't see him.
I can see Lance.
Lord is tripping. You tripping, Lordy?
No. Well, I've got Hawaiian fishing up on my screen at this precise moment.
Yeah, we got him. Oh, Brian B cooking now.
He said he gone. He cooking now. Stop cooking that macaroni and cheese and get on this live.
Oh, mac and cheese. Mac and cheese.
Oh, Chucky.
Yeah. Well, look here, y'all. I got to go back to the kitchen. Y'all keep Lance company for me.
I'm waiting on Lance to show me a fish.
He caught one earlier.
Yeah, I got one.
It's 4:45 a.m. here in the morning at the moment. You know what I mean? And I'm just keeping up with you guys. You know what I mean?
Lance,
That place still looks like it'd be a good spot for wheelchair fishing.
keep him talking. I'll be right back.
It would be, Troy. This is a whole boardwalk. It's all concrete here.
It looks like the rail's high enough to keep me from falling over the side, too.
How you doing, Lance? You keeping good, buddy?
Yeah, doing good. It's only the second burbot trip I've had out. Last night was the first night, same spot, and tonight the second. Like I said, it's just the second trip, but 5 minutes into being up on panel here, I hooked into a 7.8 pound burbot.
It looks
That's
like
cool.
it's well.
That's
Looks
cool.
like it's well lighted out there.
Yeah, it is. This area right here behind where I'm sitting, there's a big hotel here, big tourist attraction area. People come here all year long, during the wintertime and everything. They're out here. It's called the Blue Harbor is the hotel. All along this boardwalk, there's shops. Right behind me is a miniature golf course. You got restaurants, Italian restaurant. You got an old ice cream parlor. What rod was that?
That closest rod's getting a bite.
Now I know where I'm getting the echo from.
Who?
That's from you, Lance. Oh, it's all gone quiet.
That's the one we caught. I caught that burbot on early.
Yeah, he's hit it.
Because you've got your phone going as well, ain't you?
Yeah. I seen it bounce. I got thrown off which one it was. I need one to hit that middle one.
Hey,
Well,
Troy.
that middle one's
Yes,
been
sir.
like that all night. I thought you had a massive, great big conger or something like that on there. You know what I mean?
That's It's an automatic fish hooker there. That's called the guard dog.
Hey, Troy,
Yes, sir.
I thought the same thing about that place he was fishing, about how nice it would be, until I saw him cross that 3-foot 6-inch rail with 3-foot legs. And it didn't look so damn sporty when he went over that rail.
I don't think you're supposed to go over the rail.
Well, he did.
Could you?
And I started hurting my stomach started hurting. I said, man, I can't do that.
That'd be a great spot for wheelchair fishing.
There's actually a guy that does come down here. He's in a wheelchair, and he goes, there's gates where you can get on the other side.
Lord have mercy.
Lance, just drop that center rod just over the side with a small bait on.
Huh?
Just drop that center rod just over the side with a small bait on.
He got a slingshot tied to that.
Yeah. I got my guard dog on there. That's actually pretty close in.
What are you fishing with?
Cut sucker. So you didn't see the fish I caught earlier then, did you, Troy?
No, I was gone. I was eating fried chicken when you caught that fish.
Just like a good Baptist tale, he can't pass up a chicken joint.
No, all I had this morning was 2 pieces of sausage and an egg, and we went to that play, and I was ready to eat. Yeah,
What was the play, Troy?
Christmas Carol, and it was
yeah.
real good. The guy they had playing Scrooge, he was real good, and it was a lot of fun. It's worth getting out in the rain for.
There you go.
Nice guy. The friend of ours that we went with, she knows him. I went up and talked to him after the play was over with. It's good. It's a good play.
Yeah, look at him building run off down there. Now he's talking about me.
Can I ask, Lance?
Yeah.
On that center rod there that you got down there.
Yeah.
Really close in. What rig are you sort of using?
I'm just using a Carolina rig.
So what? That's like a 1-up.
I got,
you got the lead on the bottom, so to speak.
Lead's on the main line.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the bottom. So, and my leader's like 3 foot long.
Yeah.
And I think that one I have a float.
I sort of understand the Carolina rig, but wouldn't it be worth going to smaller hooks, using a smaller bait? Yeah. Using like what we class over here in the UK a flapper rig, just close in.
On these, well, I am using small hooks. I got 2-aught hooks.
Yeah, 2-0s. Yeah, okay. I was thinking more of 1-0s and using smaller baits with a two hook snood.
I cannot. Well, here I can only run 1 hook on each line. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Yeah.
That's the restrictions you have there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 rod, 3 rods, and 3 hooks. So I run 1 hook on each one.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, sorry, Lance, I didn't realise that. Sorry.
Oh no, that's fine. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
If I could, I would run. I'd run 2 hooks.
Yeah. Because close in, that'd work quite well.
Yeah.
1 up, 1 down, so to speak.
Yeah. I used to run that rig in when I lived in Texas. when I was saltwater fishing.
Yeah, but it works on the rivers as well.
Yeah.
All right, Troy.
I'm still yet to get a catfish. You know
What
that.
I do?
I'm waiting on some words of wisdom.
Well, I can't give you too much at one time and overdose you.
Well, it will. It'll overload my brain. How late you staying out, Lance?
I'll probably be out till about 1 o'clock.
Well, you lay with it. I can say that much.
No, he's a good guy. He always goes out there all the time.
What time do fish usually bite, Lance?
Burbot, best time to fish for them is this time. As soon as it gets dark,
So
the bite can just pick up.
what is the most you caught right there on that spot?
This spot here, we've done 4, 5.
Really?
Yeah. But the thing is, here, we catch bigger burbot than we do when we go to Port Washington. We usually catch anywhere from 4 pounds to a little over 6 pounds. So here we can get numbers and size. But like tonight, like if I'm out solo like I am now, one about the size the one I caught, which was tonight, was 7.8 pounds. That's a decent night.
Yeah, that's a decent size.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and he's a long fish too.
Yeah, they're good scrappers as well.
He's got all kinds of leaves on him right now, but
Golly.
he's still alive.
You're probably like an old catfish. You put him in a tow sack, he'll live a week.
Yeah,
That's a good fish.
and the fillets on those things, man, they're all boneless, so I can get about. You cut the fillet from right behind the rib cage on both sides, and then you go above the rib cage. You can get to what they call the loin.
Well, do you know what dry ice
They're
is?
very similar to what we catch over here in the sea, which is classed as a ling.
Yeah,
You know what dry ice is?
yeah.
Put some of that fish on dry ice, I'll give you my address.
I'll take 3,000. I'll take 3 dozen jigs.
How many pounds of fish do I get? Now we fix to strike a deal now.
Now, if I had to rate this fish on the fish I've eaten from Lake Michigan, which is brown trout and salmon and the burbot, burbot's a cod, but it's a good eating fish.
You know, the only thing I don't like about eating cod in these grocery stores, they have no taste.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. These taste, man, they're amazing.
All you taste is the batter. You don't ever taste any fish.
When I cook burbot,
Don't cook it in batter then. Just fry it as it is.
all I do when I cook burbot, I'll fillet them, and I'll chunk it up, and I'll fry it in. I'll cook it in butter and garlic.
Oh, that sounds good. Sure enough.
And then I'll put that over hot rice.
Oh yeah.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, Otis is back.
Yeah, I'm still here, mate. I was supposed to be asleep.
Well, it's getting close to daytime over there, isn't it, Lourdes?
Let me see. What are we? Yeah, just coming up to 5 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm a bad boy sometimes.
Yeah.
But I just love watching the fishing, you know what I mean? And I love supporting you guys, you know, by trying to support you, you know, so.
I was watching a couple of guys over in England fish earlier tonight. There was two of them live.
Is that Carl Waterside?
What now?
Carl Waterside Fishing Adventures.
I believe he was one, and the other one that's always on there. He had his poles laying down on the concrete. He had two poles out, just laying down on the concrete.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
I'd have to go back.
Yeah, local Marks Fishing.
Yeah,
that's him. Local Mark.
Local Mark.
That's
you're
it.
doing good, Buck.
Damn, I see the comment here that Brian B sent me now.
Yeah. You left him down there in the cold.
In the private chat.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I messed up. What else can I say?
I was down there for 10 minutes too. I did everything but beat on the screen.
Well, see, when I got a full 3 across there, I can't see the top of the. How do I get rid of some of this crap down here on the bottom? See, it won't move down. I ain't got no room on the screen.
I don't know how. You know what? I don't know nothing about doing
Actually,
a
you
live
take
on
me
no
off
phone.
if you want. You can take me off now, buddy, if you really want to, because I seriously have got to go and get some sleep.
Yeah, it bothered me, Lord. I don't see anybody down there right now. See, Troy's on the bottom row now, and it ain't nobody down there with him because won't nobody get around him.
No, you've been absolute diamonds. You really have, but I really have got to try and get some sleep.
Well done, Buck.
We appreciate you coming in, Lourdes.
No, you're most welcome, and Lance, I
Yep.
hope you get that big one, buddy.
All right, ladies. You have a good day.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get some sleep.
All right, man. We appreciate you coming up, man.
No worries, and I'll try and do it again sometime soon.
Yes, sir. You're more than welcome.
Appreciate that, Steve. All the best, buddy.
All right, man.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night.
Yeah, but I got the camera turned off, but the sound's on still.
We hear you, Troy.
Well, I ain't saying anything bad.
No, but we hear you getting scolded.
Nah, she's not scolding me.
Well, she ought to
Boy, I caught my phone at the last minute. It hit 1%. I plugged it in. Listening to the stories and trying to watch my rods at the same time, I'm like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What was that?
That's my wife fumbling around back there like a handicap.
Oh, man. Yeah, boy, something else was it.
She been watching me too long.
Come on up now, Brian. I just now saw the private chat, man. I'm sorry. All I can say is I just missed it. I didn't even know I could get a private chat till right then.
That's exactly what I was telling her. He can't see no way.
I didn't even know I could get a private chat. I happened to look up and it had one nearby, and I said, I wonder what that is.
Well, we don't tell you that. That way we talk about you in the background.
Yeah, Brian B done called me an old fart.
Yeah.
And that was 30 minutes ago.
He's on to us now,
man.
Brian. We can't talk about him no more in private.
Yeah, I learned something new tonight. I'm going to watch that little thing icon up there from now on.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man. The old dog and new tricks. Man, I hope I don't catch no hell from that fella out yonder in California, wherever he is. I sure don't want to start no controversy. I've been on here 4.5 hours. I could have done gone. But with Lance fishing, I guess it's just kind of it's a fishing. Somebody live fishing it kind of covers it up, don't it? Well, Lance was on before anybody, and now he's on my channel, so there we go.
Yeah. Man, I go live when I can.
That's exactly right.
Well, I tell you what I do. I watch the Rivers went off, and then somebody else, Danny was on, and he went off, and I waited an hour after Danny shut his down, according to my computer, you know. And then I switch back and forth. I go to subscriptions, and then I go to not subscriptions. And if I don't see anybody that I know that's live, you know, and I feel like visiting or talking, or somebody might want to come up, then
get Brian B the link.
Just hold on. Y'all impatient. But that's kind of the way. I don't want to, because I'm just all I'm doing is shooting the bull. I ain't up here. No, Matt. No. I don't want to even start that rumor. Now it's my option whether I bring him up or not, right?
Well, yeah.
You can leave me in the basement one more time if you want. What the? I got your address. I'll send you a nice little gift.
No, man. No, nobody said a word to me. I just didn't want to. No, don't even. Delete that comment, Matt. Nothing. It's nothing like that.
Nah, but no, Steve, you don't worry about nobody. I mean, no offense to Weed Hopper or nobody. I mean, you go live when you can go live.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Well,
if you go live and I'm live, what I'm gonna be mad at Troy because he go live? Well, I'm be mad at Troy. That's his channel. He do what
well,
he
the
wants
only thing is, see, when you like me and Troy, we can go live anytime we want to.
Are you right?
We can go live 24 hours a day, except that I ain't gonna pay that money to be live 24 hours a day.
Yeah, no.
And the only reason I do it is just get up and visit, because I'm not fishing much right now, but you know, just get up and visit. That's all. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would a whole lot rather have a YouTube channel, and I didn't do nothing but sit up here and visit with folks, because I love people.
Yeah, some people go live. Some people go live when they can. Some people go live just because. It ain't gonna stop nobody. Some people go live and you got 2 lives going at the same time and people watching, one on TV and one on their phone.
That's
right.
That just gives people more options to hop back and forth.
Oh yeah. Like Serena and them had a bank tournament today.
Right. I didn't realize that till about halfway through y'all stuff.
I mean, not to be funny or nothing, but I do it on the day that we doing the River Warriors, it would have got more views if you would have did it. But maybe that was the only day they could do it. I don't know. But I know they were going back and forth. They were letting us know what was going there, and we told them they was live.
Yeah. I think that's fine. Yeah. I don't. I know the community has gotten so much bigger since I joined it. What August a year ago.
Yeah.
That was a big deal back when I got on. It didn't nobody go live, because it was just a few programs scheduled, but now it ain't that way no more.
Oh, my mic volume low.
Well, I'm like Brian. They're gonna watch on two devices most time anyway. I mean, I got y'all on right here, and I got two TVs in front of me. I'm watching one YouTube and one football, so they're gonna watch what they want to anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
My voice, David, that's better.
yeah, you're okay, Brian.
Nah, he said turn my mic up.
Well, he had a FedEx truck run through his house, and it may have messed up some wiring or something.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. What's the old saying? With my wife telling me what to do, with my friends tending to all my business, and my wife telling me what to do, all I got to do is what the hell I want to do.
Pretty much.
Ain't that the old saying?
I don't know that old saying. I guess that was back in the Moses days.
Well, with my friends tending to my business, and my wife telling me what to do, Amazon trucks run through his house, tore up his wires. All I got to do is what I want to do. So what the hell?
Go live when you want to go live. I'm not, unless I'm stepping on somebody's toes, like Catfish Weekly, the Bait Shop, or something like that. I won't go live when I know it's a regular show. Outside of that, I don't want live.
Yeah.
I get, after you talk to a person for 53 years, it ain't much left to say.
Well, shit, I get tired of talking to you. I've been talking to you for 5 minutes.
What does REMOVE mean?
He gonna put you back down there in the cold basement.
He gonna put me back in the basement where I was at for 20 minutes.
Well, I apologize for that. That's all I can do is apologize. I didn't know no better.
Nah, I know you ain't see it. I was just sitting there. I could still hear everything. I was sitting there laughing.
We just like to give you a hard time.
Well, see, I can see 3 people across the top right here, and I can see the top of Brian B. But at that point in time, there was 2 more people in there. So it was solid 6.
Pay attention to.
I don't see how y'all do it on the phone. No way. I can't. That phone. It's hard to go live on the phone.
Well, I'm on a big computer screen, but I can't. If it was 2 more people in here,
oh hell, you just blind then.
They would be beside Brian B. And then I couldn't see the 7th one. How did I see them?
Yeah, I thought when they stopped doing it, seemed like it stopped making that noise. I knew when somebody was in the basement before you. Well, when you knew it, because it was going.
I guess I didn't hear it.
Well, I didn't hear it tonight.
They didn't. They sometimes they don't do it.
Yeah. Well, Brian B., you're the one that told me about StreamYard a year and a half ago and how to get on it. Y'all was talking, and I got in there and interrupted you and Haas and probably Stan too.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even remember. There was before I ever got on that tournament where I caught that fish in the rain.
You ain't interrupt us. You just need some knowledge. I said, you ain't interrupt us. You just need some knowledge.
I didn't know how to go live or how to do none of that. And I interrupted y'all and booked you, and y'all all told me. And so I wrote it all down. And then I got out there on that roof bank. I said, well, I'm going to try all this. Because I was using, what's that other one?
Streamlab.
I can't what was it? We used StreamYard, but the Streamlab.
Streamlab, and that wouldn't work, man. I couldn't make it work. Man. I went out there and used StreamYard, and it worked fine.
They did an update to StreamYard. They added some features to it about 2 weeks ago, and ever since then, it's been kind of iffy. I probably got technical issues because Hogleg was having trouble on his, and then when I did the jig time the other day, it was showing the messages the double printing the chat messages. So they got some kinks to work out from the update, I think.
I don't know if I don't know nothing about no update. I reckon I'm still in the 1960s.
You keep saying 1919. No, damn well you was in the 1800s.
Brian B.
Y'all heard that? I was thinking out loud. Oh dang.
Brian B, I went metal detecting just for your information. I went metal detecting last Monday or Tuesday,
How you do?
and I dug I dug several Civil War bullets, but I dug a gold-plated flat button that the latest it could be is 1820. 1820. Do you realize that button is over 200 years old?
So, what? That thing was made about what? 20 years before you was born?
Oh, get out of time.
Skull Rush says now you can link on YouTube. Can you bring somebody up on YouTube?
Yeah, you can bring one person up on YouTube, but the only thing is you're not double screening because you can only bring one. If you're not double screening the whole time, once you finish and that person leaves, it's gonna leave your phone straight up like YouTube. I mean, TikTok.
Oh,
So they
Sorry,
gotta get that straight. And then there's only one person, so I mean, it's good for some stuff, but if you're doing like a debate shop and you don't have no guests or nothing, but
I run my gaming through OBS. I'm like Steve. I ain't paying no $20 a month for StreamYard. I don't use it that much.
well,
I got to use it. These
I said
tournaments.
I was going to do it if I needed it, but I didn't catch no fish last year, so it wasn't no need of me signing up. Look here, Brian B. I'm going to show this button. And I know it don't mean nothing to uneducated
Oh, God.
uneducated NFL watching ignorant damn people from the north.
Golly.
I know it, but look at the gold that's still on that button.
Wow.
It's gonna be worth something.
Oh no, it ain't worth nothing. It
I
ain't
said
worth. It ain't worth 30 cents. I wouldn't take $10 for it, but it ain't worth 30 cents. That's the back of it.
You would sell it for $10.
No, well, I probably would.
If you sell your
But look
sticker
at the
for
gold. Look, that button is over 200 years old, been laying in a field for that. And look at the gold that's still on it. Now, throw one of your buttons out there in that field.
they're gonna be worth more.
Yeah, and in 200 years, it ain't gonna be nothing but there won't even be no sign of it out there. It'll be dirt or dust or whatever it turns to. But that's pretty amazing to me. It really is. And I got hundreds of these things, hundreds, and some in better shape than that.
And it ain't worth nothing.
Oh, some of the military, the uniform buttons, the Confederate and Yankee uniform buttons are worth something. That's a civilian button there. And there's a way to date them by how they're made. This one is just the writing on it was on the back of it. It has a maker's mark on the back of it, but it's not concave. What concave is convex? Is that right? Is convex is out, concave is in. It's not stamped into the back of the button.
You lost me at Maker's Mark. I heard that was some good alcohol.
Well, yeah, but Maker's Mark came from the sign that they put on when the Maker's Mark on products back in the 1800s. But I don't know. Let me put it back up there, and y'all can look at it again. I'll show you what I'm talking about if you're interested. Now, if you ain't interested, hell, don't look. I don't know if you can see around it at all. I'm gonna try to tilt it a little. I don't know, around the black spot that's in the middle where it's worn off, you can almost see some writing, some lettering that's in there.
Yeah, that probably why it might not be worth nothing because you can't figure out what it says.
Oh yeah, that's right. Now I've got a glass here that CP gave me. It plugs into my computer. It's a telescope not a telescope, a microscope that plugs into my computer that shows the picture up on the screen.
Yeah, you can dig down in it and see
And
exactly.
I could spend a little time with a pencil piece of paper and writing down what I see, and then eventually figure it out, because there wasn't that many makers of buttons in 1820, but that button was made in England, no doubt about it. That button, because in 1820 the United States didn't have the technology to gold plate a button like that one is gold plated. We did somewhere on there. There's going to be a crown, and the word color is going to be spelled COLOUR. And
Well, I got a question.
England. Yeah.
When you get down on your knees to dig that stuff up, do you ever fear you're not going to be able to get up?
That's a good question.
Because I'd be worried about that.
I wear 2 knee pads on my left knee. 2, not 1, 2. 2, not 1, 2 knee pads on this left knee. That gives me about that much leverage, and then I got well, hell, man, that damn shovel I used cost $70, and it ain't but about it's 30 inches long. It's stainless steel. It's specially built for metal detecting. And I always get up on that with that left knee, and and I wear 2 knee pads on. I used to not wear any. Then I wore 1, and now I wear 2 on my left knee so that I get that extra couple of inches to help get up.
Well, I got to tell you, if I get out of this wheelchair and it ain't onto the bed, it's time to call 911.
Oh, that's right. I'm the same way. If I was out there in that field and I dug that button and I didn't have a shovel with me, I scratched it up with my fingers. I was either going to break that metal detector trying to get up, or I had to crawl back up through that field to the truck to get up.
Why y'all think I call them Hillary legs?
Because you do. Yeah, well, I mean, I still do pretty good though, Brown, but you got to give me credit for that.
Oh, I give you credit. I give you credit all day. But I gotta give you hell too.
I still don't. You're the only one I bother, because I don't ever bug nobody else.
Well, I knew you was tough when I seen you fall down on that first time I seen you fish, running up and down that muddy bank, falling down, hollering about that 41-pound fish.
He was just as muddy as the catfish.
Yeah.
I said, if you're gonna get old, you got to be tough.
That's the first time I ever seen him on the live. I told my wife I got to find this fella's channel because this is hilarious.
Yeah, it wasn't hilarious if you was where I was.
And then I thought you hurt yourself when you fell down on them rocks down there. Golly.
Crazy. Only thing is, that wasn't on video. We knew he fell, but it didn't get it on video.
And I fell twice. That wasn't on video. And that wasn't bad. Huh?
You know how many videos I could have made out of that?
Oh yeah, I guess so. That wasn't the bad part. The bad part was when it was all over, the show was over with, and I had 212 feet uphill to the truck. I know exactly how far it was to the truck because I had cords stretched that far running from that generator. And I had a wagon down there. Lord have mercy. You talking about miserable, man.
I'm gonna tell you, there ain't nothing in the world slicker than clay. When that
That's
clay
what
gets
it
wet,
was.
you can't hardly stand up on it.
And instead of having my hiking boots, my good lace up leather boots, I had on rubber boots. Rubber boots. And it was just like trying to stand up on ice at a slant.
That's
Oh,
how I
yeah.
come out. That's how come out. I fell in the water one time with a wheelchair and all. I got on a patch of clay and he just slid right off in there. Wasn't no stopping it.
Yeah. And man, that lightning was striking. I said, man, I'm gonna go up here and get in these woods. Man, don't get in the trees, though. And look, man, I done run from lightning in the trees many a day. And I get up here and sit down at the trunk of a tree. Because I had to go at an angle to get to the truck, but I had to go straight up to get to the tree. But I didn't. I just sat there. And I had that garbage sack over the phone because it was raining on it. And Becca got all upset because there was some noise. And I think probably Brown B, I believe that Brown B kept trying to tell her that there was that rain hitting on my telephone.
Hitting on the thing.
Yeah. And that wind would blow that and it'd be covered up the lens on my telephone. Man, I said, this is a hell of a mess. And I looked down there and that damn pole was bent over to the water. I said, what the hell?
My Lord.
That was a heck of a night.
That was a fun night, though.
Yeah, well, it was fun.
I never will forget, as long as I live, you out there waving that hat, hollering when you had that big catfish.
Well, they told me. That's the first time I've been live. And
We laugh.
oh, I know everybody had to be. It had to be funny to people. But they was telling me that we're gonna mute you, and if you know, like I was gonna catch a fish. You know, when you catch a fish, it's wave. Well, yeah.
Use waving.
I was 30 feet down yonder when I slipped and slid and finally got to the pole. And I set the hook. I knew I had a pretty good fish. I set the hook and I went to wave. I was reeling and I went to wave. I done watched it 2 or 3 times. It was funny. And Becca was trying to give something away or talking about an Amazon card or something. And hell, I mean, didn't nobody even pay no attention to what I was doing.
Every time she said something about a giveaway, somebody said, fish your own.
Man.
It was 100 and something fish caught that night.
No, not that night.
What, it wasn't that night?
No, man, don't you remember that while I was catching that fish, somebody caught a fish. And while they was landing that fish, I believe it was JT. I believe it was Jeremy caught a fish, you know, when he stands about a half mile from his pole.
Mm-hmm.
Or it was Danny's buddy, Jerry Parker. One of the two. Some sort of way there. And they caught a fish while I was doing that. But somebody had caught a fish, and then the fish started biting all over the whole country. And I caught one, and there was 5 or 6 fish caught, but I didn't know it wasn't that many caught in that thing.
What was that one there? That was the 7 to 7.
Yeah. Well, the one that I tell you when they caught a lot of fish was when John Orler came up there and fished with y'all.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, you wasn't in that one. That was another 7. I
was still trying to figure out if I could even fish in one of the damn things.
Yep, that was a 7 to 7. And for over 100 and something, it was like 117 fish like that caught.
I believe it was 123.
It was a lot. I
watched all that stuff, and I remember it was a lot of fish caught. John Orler caught like 13, I think.
No, John Orler caught 36. I caught 32.
Okay.
Stan caught 30, 37 or something like. He caught more than John Orler because he got most fish.
Well, I
It
know
was,
y'all had some where y'all caught a world of them.
yeah, it was a lot of fish. Reg will tell you.
Yeah.
Just I
Yeah.
got the tournament with the most fish caught.
There you go. Well, you still got the biggest fish up there in that part of the country, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Carl. I caught a good eel. I think you were there that night when I caught that big old eel, wasn't you? Yeah, you were there.
Hmm.
Yeah, the chef. 72, is that right?
72 and a half. You got the other dude, Fishing Gold, to say 73 and a half, including the net. But I mean, I don't go back and forth with stuff like that. 'Cause I'm gonna catch a bigger one.
There you go. Well, let me tell you what, bud. Biggest one I would call 75. Biggest one I would put in the boat. And you hang a 60-pound fish. I'm just gonna say 60 in the Mississippi River. Anything I've ever hung over 60 pounds. I've caught several over 60, but 75 is the biggest one I've put in the boat. You absolutely, when the pole bends over and you set the hook on it, you sit there and don't nothing happen.
Mm-mm.
And you give a little pull, because I don't use circle hooks. Give a little pull, say, damn, I'm hung. And I'm just telling you now, I'm talking about anchor fishing, and I ain't talking about bump fishing and all that that drag fishing. I'm talking about, and then all of a sudden you sitting there holding that pole, saying, "Well, maybe it'll come loose. But I'll put it back in the rod hole, maybe." And all of a sudden you look at your line, and
Oh,
it's going, and then all of a sudden it's them your reel starts going click, 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 click. Hell, that log ain't broke loose, man. I've had that happen to me. I've had that happen to me several times.
they'll get them big fish will get on there, and you think all is off, and you don't even know until you look at your line. It's coming to you. You know the good fish when they start going side to side and going.
I've always wanted to talk to Epic about that. I've talked to him a bunch of times, just me and him on a live stream, but I always talk to him about when you're fishing behind one of them ledges, behind one of them drop offs, not a ledge, but a drop off. You know, where drop off perpendicular to the bank, ledge parallel to the bank.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, and your pole bends down and you get it, and you say, damn, and you sit there and put pressure on it, don't nothing happen. Just keep pressure on it, hold it with your end of your rod bent down out there, and you sitting there holding it. And then all of a sudden the pole starts standing up, and you say, well heck. Well, and then you reel a little bit and you hung again. And then when that fish gets to a certain point coming up from the bottom, he decides that he's going to go a different direction. He's going to go across the river or down the river to the bank, but he ain't going to come up no further towards that ledge, towards the top of that ledge. And he goes pulling that drag on that reel, and I use them old big 309s. They ain't nothing but winches.
It's almost like you know it got hooked and it just lay there.
And then that current, and as soon as they realize that they're hung, that something's hanging on them, something's stopping, they realize, well, that current is my friend.
Yeah.
And partner, it's on then when they
But
get
like,
in
they get that big for a reason.
That's right.
Well, that river fishing is a whole different monster than what I used to fishing.
Oh, I'm telling you, there ain't nothing like it. It's probably, I don't know. I don't know. I've killed a lot of good deer. I've got a lot of good deer mounted, but I don't know. A big catfish is in a boat out there targeting and knowing what you're doing, going out there after the big catfish. It's a fun deal now. When you finally that first 70-pound fish I caught, I saw him on a depth finder, laying behind a drop off in 38 foot of water. 8 foot, 38 foot, straight ledge, straight down concrete ledge. I saw him laying there. And this was on I forget, it was a low ramp, but I don't remember the model. But I dropped 16 ounces straight down. I dropped fresh skipjack, live brim, shrimp. I even put shrimp down there. He wouldn't bite nothing. Day or two later, I went back. I went to the same spot. There that damn thing lay. I could see him plain as day. One fish. And I dropped a skipjack head down there, fresh skipjack head, that I just caught 30 minutes before. Dropped it down there, and I dropped shrimp. I dropped a ball of worms.
Fish at home.
And I dropped it. Hey, okay, ho, let me get him live.
Thank you, Lance. We was getting tired looking at Steve.
Yeah, anyway, I couldn't get him to bite. And the third day I went out there, I kept 4 different baits with me and 4 different poles. And I dropped 4 poles down there, straight down with 16 ounces. All of them straight down off that ledge. And he bit and I wasn't 10 feet from the bank, and he bit the inside pole and took the back of my boat apart. And I had to cut all the other 3 lines. I'm watching.
He bit that same rod he was biting while ago. Oh, Lord.
Oh, here's a nut buster right here, nut buster.
Shit.
That's the 3.5 foot fence and 3 foot leg.
You see Lance going across the water holding that rod?
Holding his crotch. One hand is the rod, another.
I wonder how many people that's been drunks tried that and fell in the creek.
I don't know, but he's gonna land him. He got his net already over there.
I think he's got a pretty good looking fish.
Back to your left, Lance. Back to your left. There you go.
Man, I'm trying to keep him off the concrete.
We can't work. Well, you got to be in the camera. We're trying to watch it.
Fishing video.
Yeah, video. Lance has caught more fish tonight than he's ever caught on my life.
There's been more fish caught tonight he's caught more fish on your live than you caught on your own live.
I know it. And his too. That's what I meant. He got him. What is it?
Another fat burbot.
Another burbot? Good, man.
Yeah.
I hope I get to catch one on live. I don't care if it's 4 inches long. I'm going to dance a jig with it.
It won't be long. Lance will be paying me to go live.
This one looks bigger than that last one.
Bigger?
First one.
Well, I'm finna remove you from the live stream.
Yeah.
Way bigger.
We'll see you later, man. Have a good night, Lance.
You ain't gonna be able to beat the biggest fish.
I thought he was bigger because the way he's pulling looked like he's pulling pretty good.
Yeah, he was pulling drag.
Good thing you said fish on, because I'd run in my mouth.
All right, Lance, there's my fish. You can put on dry ice to send it on. There's one for you and one for me.
Corner of the mouth. River cat tackle hook again.
Boy, look at that one.
Oh, that is a good one. Golly.
Oh, man, wrapped up like a snake. I believe them things about half snake. Look at him, boy.
Look like it the way it curled up.
Straighten out, man.
I'm trying.
It tastes good because he's so ugly.
Put your hand in my.
What?
You finna go on the grass, fella. You might as well enjoy the camera time. Watch him when
Right,
you go.
there you go, right there, Lance.
There it is. Somebody camera can get him a.
Put your head down a little bit, Lance. There you go.
Take your cap off. Tilt your cap back.
He says, I ain't got but two hands.
Use a fish.
There you go.
Yeah, that's bigger.
That's a good one.
Get on over and weigh him.
Yeah.
Watch this. Watch this.
Frozen now.
Oh, boy. And boy, the tree huggers love that.
That fish there going to get eat sure enough.
Look how he goes over the fence when he got a choice. He climbed over.
Yeah, dog, you need a step ladder.
You see, he's hurting from going over the other way.
David says he's tenderizing that fish.
Yeah, man, he told him over on that concrete. Ooh. Oh. I'm glad on my life too. I'll probably get the censored.
Oh man,
You ain't got nothing to worry about. Some of the stuff I see on this YouTube, you ain't gonna get censored.
If I get censored, I was living yesterday and I'll be living again tomorrow, one way or the other.
yeah, don't cry.
Well, Elon Musk got involved now.
9 pounds, 3 ounces.
That's your biggest one, ain't it?
That's my biggest one so far.
What that other way you caught?
7.8.
Oh yeah, well, nice time to catch your 11.
All right.
Man, state record's 13.
Really?
Well, I'll send you my mailing address and you can send me a little something, a tip.
Steve Adam, you need to get you a 10 cup.
That's what it, well. Yeah, let me shake this cup. All donations be appreciated, Lance. Man thinks I'm fooling.
Now we know you serious. All right. Now, Lance, we need to get one on the guard dog.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Lance is tickled, man. I'm tickled for him.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Because I watched him spend a lot of hours last year freezing to death. And not even get a bite.
Can't ever tell when them fish gonna bite. I don't think them fish know about half the time when they want to eat or not.
Yeah.
Well, they mighty tedious about biting. He done caught two, so there gotta be plenty of them in there.
Well, yeah.
What would they do? They won't eat worms or nothing.
I'm jumping over here. The warden be in chat. I'm gonna jump over the panel.
All right, thank you for coming up, Brian B.
I'll be in chat.
All right, man.
Catch you up. A
Yeah,
14.
we got burbot on worms, shrimp, but the best bait we've found is cut sucker.
Okay, well that's what you're using.
I think anything about that cut sucker.
Yeah.
We use carp a lot of time here in this lake. but they ain't nothing better than there's in this lake down here where I fish. There's nothing better than either a cut shad or a half a bluegill. But once they eat the gut pocket out of it, you might as well change the bait.
Yeah. Okay, 3 flathead. Well, Lance, Troy, you need to get you some of that gall stuff that JBT promoted a couple of months, 3 or 4 months ago. I ordered me some.
What is it?
It's at, well, let me get it. Let me just hold it up here.
Yeah, let me see it.
I don't even know where I got it.
I'd just be glad he gets that house done so we can go out and at least start making some videos.
I don't know what that stuff is.
See, right now, burbot are moving up into the rivers for their mating season. Just when they spawn.
It's outside, Troy, in the utility room. It's a bandage stuff that's for fingers. It's like if you cut your finger and they put some gauze and stuff over it, it's that expanded.
Oh yeah, uh-huh.
That sticks over it to help hold the bandage in place.
Yeah, I had one of them badges on when my leg was almost completely healed up when I broke.
But they make it in different sizes. They make one for fingers, and you pull off a stretch of it about 2 or 3 inches long and tie a knot in the end of it. It stretches.
Yeah.
And you stuff the bait down in there and then tie a knot in the other end of it and hook it on your hook. And the fish got to bite your hook to be able to get the stuff off.
Well, I tell you what, I've caught
Thank you, Buck.
I've caught more blue cats out of Lake Whitney on 2 night crawlers gobbed on one big hook like a golf ball.
Yeah.
Than I've caught on any other bait. And a lot of my friends won't use it. I think they're worried about messing up their manicure. But it catches them catfish for me, and I'm gonna use them night crawler.
Well, put four on there. If you catching them on 2, put 4.
Yeah. I mean, it look like a golf ball, and they love it.
Lance Buck sent you a message there.
All right, Buck. Thank you. Yeah, so far it's my biggest burbot ever.
Well, you can send a check. My mailing address ain't that hard to find.
Lee. Lance doing all the work, and Steve's getting paid.
Oh, he's getting the satisfaction of being the burbot champion, though.
Boy, for the big ones to be in right now, that's a good sign for burbot season.
You better fish now while they're biting, brother.
Oh, they'll bite all through the winter.
Really?
Yeah. Once the ice starts on the Sheboygan River here, I'll move down to Port Washington. Wannabe, I use River Cat Tackle circle hooks. You can get them at rivercattackle.com. The guy that owns the company, he caught like 200 fish on one hook. They're extremely sharp hooks.
I do the work, you sell the jigs. Hey, yeah, you must start trying your own jig.
It's rough on the streets. Let's go, Rush. Yeah, I did. See, I saw that picture. I saw that go.
Thanks, man. Yeah, Wannabe. Matt, that's Ancient Mariner 6000. Man, that burbot right there, he's only 9 pound 3 ounce. But he was actually pulling drag. And it did what it was supposed to do.
Lord, that must have
No.
been 5 hours. Are we gonna go for 3 fish and what'll be 7 more hours, 2 more hours? Troy sound like he playing a video game. He's moving around.
Now I'm pushed up in this wheelchair.
Now, I know what you're doing.
I put that camera on mute. I didn't want you to see my butt.
I know it. Sound like R2D2 in there.
I got the boobies on handicap bones every now and then.
I guarantee it.
See, now, after this, I'll take pictures and I'll send it to my buddy because he's on vacation in North Carolina.
Oh, and you catching burbots.
Yep.
Well, that's good, man. You caught 2 of them.
Yeah. Definitely a decent night. These some strong fish, man. I threw both of them over the rail onto the concrete. That other one's still living. The first one I caught.
Yeah.
You know, one day I'll learn to bring gloves. Get me some gloves that are waterproof. Because these fish, man, coming out of this water,
cold.
They freeze your hand.
Yep.
And they're slimy like catfish.
Yeah, you get your pair of rubber gloves. It's got some cleats on the bottom of them.
Yeah. What I'm doing now is I'm putting a whole sucker on there, but I'm cutting them in half.
Yeah.
I'll put that body piece on first, and then I'll put the head piece on after that. So it holds that body piece on there.
Yeah, Brian B sent you a message.
Who?
You need my mailing address, Lance? Oh, well, it had you on full screen and everything, boy.
I tell you what, this is a tough crowd in here. They charging Lance for him catching the fish and trying to get free jigs off me.
Right, Troy?
God, this is a tough crowd, Lance.
Yeah. I'm actually catching fish on the live.
I know it. Well, that's good. I'm glad for you. I really, because you put in a lot of hours, man.
Yeah.
That's why fishing's really so great. Because, I mean, you work at it, and you just don't do nothing. And all of a sudden, you know, one night it all just comes together. It makes you feel good.
Well, sure it does, man. Everybody deserves it. It takes all them damn hours and hours and hours of not catching fish.
Yep.
Because I've had plenty of times I go down to that lake and work that jig 5 or 6 hours and don't even catch a throwback. You know? And next time you go, you may catch 5 or 6 keepers.
Yeah. I hardly ever catch them.
All right, Buck, I'm going to look at that. Nice thing is I got these hand warmers, so I just opened up the new one. So I can warm my hands up pretty quick.
How cold is it out there?
Right now, probably in the 40s, which ain't too bad.
Now, what I want to know is how in that's Wisconsin, isn't it?
Yeah,
Now, how in the world did a guy from Hawaii end up in Wisconsin?
I went from Hawaii. My parents were gonna move to Sacramento, where we got some family. I
Yeah.
was like, well, I ain't going to no California. And they was like, all right, you stay here. I was gonna stay with one of my sisters. Then they said, hey, we're moving to Texas. Tell my mom, let's go. Man, my bags were packed. As soon as they said Texas, I was ready to go. So I moved to Texas with them. And then 06, I met my wife down there, and she's from up here.
Well, where did you live in Texas?
Cleveland.
I know where that's at.
Yeah. Now, when I was a real little kid, me and my mom and my grandma and my grandma's husband, my grandpa Glenn, we used to live in Malakoff.
Yeah.
So I grew up in Malakoff too. Lived there for 5 years. But that's where I first started fishing, was the state of Texas. My grandpa Glenn, he had a boat and he grew up in the Fort Worth area. So we fished all the lakes around Dallas, Fort Worth area. And that's where I got the love of fishing, really. He taught me everything I knew up to that point. And then my mom got with my stepdad when we moved back to Hawaii, and we did it every weekend. It's two reasons I go fishing. I love it, and it brings back memories of when I was younger.
There you go. Now, while you are talking about your life history, Brian B posted another post for you.
Yeah, I seen that.
No, you see the whole thing?
Yeah, I see that.
$40 for dinner, $10 for full screen, $30 for special guest appearance. $80 is a lot for an old gardener. All right. Okay, while you waiting on another bite, I'm fixing to show something else interesting here. It's interesting.
Yep.
What is that?
Man, car.
Who's playing harmonica?
Nah, that's a drunk that can't get into their car.
Oh, I'm finna show y'all something else. Lance, holler if you get a fish. I'm gonna hold this up and let this is show and tell. Does anybody have any idea what that might be? And it's made out of lead.
I don't think it's an error. I know that.
It's made out of lead, solid lead.
That looked like a Civil War bullet.
You right on what time period?
Is that an old flint?
No. I'm waiting on. I see bullet. No, it's not a bullet. It's solid lead. It's solid white. Matter of fact, this is going to amaze y'all. It is. Y'all are going to like this. I didn't even know I had it in this jar of relics sitting here beside me. Uh-oh, I dropped it. You to write. Look at Brian B. That's exactly what it is. It's a Civil War soldier's pencil. That's exactly what it is. Brian B, you trying to be sarcastic, and that's exactly what it is.
Really?
That's exactly what it is. A Civil War soldier's pencil. It's right lead, lead to leave a mark.
Yeah.
I've got two of them. I found two of them. No, you didn't dip it in ink. No, you wrote lead on the old paper that they had. And that's the second one of them I found. I got another one in a different box, in a different set of relics back there. That's you, Brian B. trying to be sarcastic, and that's exactly what it is. How about that? I'll pull out some Civil War bullets for you. There's some round balls. Those are 32 caliber round balls.
That doggone thing there is like shooting a BB.
And that's what they call a ringtail sharps. That was
Okay.
probably one of the most common bullets used in the Civil War.
Now, did they shoot that out of a smooth barrel or a rifle?
Oh no, it was a now the sharps. The sharps was a breech loader, I believe.
Yeah, but what is it, a smooth barrel or a rifle barrel?
I don't know whether that. I don't know. Yeah, I ain't never worried about the barrel. Uh-oh.
Well, them old sharps to shoot a long way. It must have been a rifle barrel because it's got some grooves on it. Look like.
Yeah.
These are not shot. These are drops. This is
Yeah, I
a
know
drop
that's
too.
smooth bore there.
This is a infield, Confederate infield bullet, probably made in Marshall, Texas. At the arsenal in Marshall, Texas. That's, I think, a 50 caliber. Now here's a better specimen of one. There's the bottom of it. And there's the shape of it. See, it's smooth. It don't have nothing. They rammed that one in.
You know, that bullet looks a lot like these modern day air rifle bullets. They shoot in those big bore air rifles. They shoot a big slug like that.
Mm-hmm. No, the sharps are not smooth, Matt. They're what they call a ringtail sharps. That's what that is. They got the 3 grooves in them.
A sharp is what them buffalo hunters used to use, isn't it?
Well, they did use them. But now I don't know. The buffalo hunters came along after the Civil War. Not far after, but right after. But you find a lot of sharp bullets. And they all groove. They're not smooth bore. That's right. They what they call drops, Stan. They're found in campsites. You call them a drop. In other words, a soldier drop.
Probably fumbling around trying to reload.
No, this is a campsite where these came from. I need to put this in a special. That's a special relic right there. I need to put it in a folder. I know what it came from. But I don't know how many thousands of that kind of things I got back here in these closets. But thousands. Half of pistols and all that. Well, I'm glad you know what a Civil War pencil looks like, Brian B. You did good on that, even if you was trying to be sarcastic. And the other one I got is about, it's lead and it's about that long, but it's about the size of a, I don't know, it's about, I'm going to say 4 times the size of a match, you know, around. Oh, yeah, David. One of these days I may just get some of this stuff and lay it out here and just, because I don't have it organized. I got it. Look, I ain't gonna show you what it says on there, but I got it labeled the way it came from, and that's the 3rd jar from that site. I got 2 full jars in there, and this is the 3rd one I'm filling up.
You could have a whole,
huh?
You could have a whole YouTube channel about that stuff, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of that right there is just fragments. It's when you're around a Civil War camp, and where the soldiers will camp there doing a specific job, like watching the river or whatever, and they get another army, the other army move in, well, they'd leave, and the other camp would be there. You know, they gonna all stay in the same spot because they all got the facilities already. They got a well, and they got water for the horses. You know that's
Right.
And so you find Union stuff and Confederate stuff, Union stuff and Confederate stuff, plus all the civilian stuff, because civilians came and sold stuff to the soldiers.
Yeah.
The sutlers, they call them sutlers, S-U-T-L-E-R-S. And they came to the campsites with their little horse, and their wagon, and sold stuff to the soldiers that had any money. So you find all kinds of stuff in a campsite if you can find a campsite. And I've been lucky enough to find a couple of them in my 40-something years of doing it. And this one, I've been hunting for 4 or 5 years. And that button I just showed you, I found that last week out of the same place I've been hunting for 5 years. Tons of pocket watches, Stan. Tons. I don't even keep them. I don't even keep the old pocket pieces of pocket watches and stuff that I find. I don't even keep them. I throw them in the junk bucket. I look and make sure there's no jewels on them. I don't even keep them. I found so many pocket watches. I guess. In fact, I had a fella stop one day. He was running a bulldozer. He was driving a bulldozer. And he says, I was hunting right beside the old railroad track, abandoned railroad track. And he said, what are you doing? I said, well, you see, I'm metal detecting. He said, you find anything? I said, I ain't found nothing much. He said, I've been thinking about buying my wife one of them things. And he said, how does it work? And I said, well, just get out here and watch. And now this guy owns 20. He came from New Mexico. And he bought upwards of 20,000 acres here where I live. He's got a track hoe, a bulldozer, and a lowboy trailer and tractor to haul that stuff on. He don't farm. He rents his land out, but he loves to get out and run his bulldozer and run his track hoe and all, And he was running the bulldozer, and I wasn't on his property. I was on the property adjoining him. Then he walked over where I was. And he said, I want to see how it works. My wife wants one. And look, the first thing I found was a damn pocket watch. It was the glass was broke on it, and it was, I think it said Elgin. I believe it was an Elgin pocket watch. He said, well, golly. And I mean, he was right beside his bulldog. I gave him the watch. I said, take it home to your wife and tell her, buy a metal detector. She'll have fun. Oh man. Coach, can you find a lot of stuff around where they built rock walls back during the Civil War days? Back in the woods, in the middle of nowhere woods. You know, if they built rock walls, there's bound to be some old cellar holes out there where they built old houses. And yes, you can find something there. We don't have that here because it ain't no rocks to start with, and if they dig a hole in the ground here, it fills up with water. So we don't have cellars. We can't hardly put a septic tank down. I mean, when we put a septic tank in, when we get in the bottom of the hole, we got to automatically be filling it up with water. And I ain't talking about from a garden hose. I'm talking about from a 1,000-gallon water. You got water in it quick, or it'll be sitting up on top of the ground. A septic tank, and that's a big tank. So yeah, I'd love to hunt a place like that, Dave. Yeah, I'd love to hunt a place like that. Hey, you can't hunt on a national forest though. You can't metal detect the national forest legally. And I'm way too damn old to run. That's pay. I let it stop and pay. Yeah, man. Is it private land or public land? Stan, that's the pat question that everybody always asks of metal detectors. And I'll show you one of my most prized possessions. Now, this is nowhere close to the most valuable, but as far as personal, Civil War personal, it's the one I like the best. I'll put it that way, the one I like the best. I'll hold this up. Now, that's the bottom of it. You can see a little bit of gold there. And on the top, I don't know if it's showing up very good. I'll have to tilt it. Can you see the gold tint to it?
Yeah.
Can y'all see the gold there?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm gonna hold it up here and I'm gonna take the top off of it. And it's not in good shape anymore. And there's no way to preserve it. Now I'm gonna tilt it over. Well, can y'all see in there what that is?
Look like percussion caps.
That's exactly that's percussion caps. Now I've laid those percussion caps out on 2 pieces of sandpaper and taken a match and stirred them for several hours to get them in that shape to where you can see they're separated. You see they're loose.
Yeah.
And there's that many of them. And I did it with like I said, I put it on sandpaper and just stirred them, and then I'd rub them all over the 1 piece of sandpaper and shake that sandpaper off, and then roll them, and then to get all that gunpowder that that's in those things. I found that on a spur out of the hills over in Yazoo County, Mississippi, Yazoo City, Mississippi. You can look it up on the map. And the beauty of that is I took every one of those out. And when you buy, y'all listen, when you go buy a box of percussion caps that size, now it's got 100 caps in it. All you muzzleloader hunters know what I'm talking about. You buy them, they got 100 in there. Well, the beauty of that one is that it holds 104. Am I right now? 104 caps perfectly. And it's gold gilded. That means that they bought it from a sutler. And in Civil War days, when they issued bullets for a battle, the Yankees and Confederates, when they issued bullets, they issued each soldier 40 bullets and a dozen extra caps for their percussion rifles. That's how many is a dozen? I mean, what's 40 and a dozen extra?
That's 52.
What's 52 and 52?
Out
That's
of the board.
104.
52 and 52 is 104. And that can right there has got 100 and I think it's 101 in it.
Wow.
And it's room in there for perfectly for 3 more. And that don't get much personal as far as being personal with a soldier that was at the battles in and I don't know whether it's Yankee or Confederate. And I'm assuming it's Yankee. I would imagine it's a Yankee because the Confederate boys, they didn't buy nothing like that.
Right.
They didn't have the money, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, that's my most personal. That's the find that I. Now, what did David say? It's both, Coach, but you don't have anything to worry about up there. If my mom said, who is cut off of her cooking, I don't know what that means. How was that for you, Susquehanna Stan? I mean, it was a little bit long-winded, but I have to explain it for it to mean anything. All right, let me go back to the fishing. And let me go put this back up. Notice it wasn't hard for me to get to. But the camera don't do it justice for all the gold that's on it. And look here. I found several of these cans before at the bottom of them. Several of these cans around in different places. And this top for this won't fit on the regular percussion cap 100. It's too big for them. It fits way over. Yeah. So 4 percussion caps ain't many, but it's enough to make the top of the can double. Lucky.
You want to go back to the fishing? I want you to keep going with the Civil War stuff.
Do what?
I said, I love that time period.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let me show you something else. Holler if you get a bite.
Yep.
All right, now I'm going to show y'all something else. I'm going to show you something else, and I'm going to let y'all try to guess what it is.
Look like a piece of coal to me.
Piece of coal. Look close now.
Looks like it's been carved out.
Yeah.
It's a corn cob.
That's right, with corn on it.
Sure
Yeah.
enough.
Wow.
You see that?
Somebody
Yeah.
wiped their butt. Somebody wiped their butt with that, Steve.
No, that came off of a Confederate supply boat called the Dewdrop, 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 and it was anchored up a little old river about 25 miles east of me, and it had soldiers guarded. It had 50 can't remember. Damn, I don't want to lie. But anyway, it was loaded full of ear corn.
Wow.
And it had a bunch of Confederates up there guarding it. And you can read this in the official records where they lied their ass off. But the Yankees had a little over this is all in the process of taking Vicksburg, Mississippi, down south of us. And the Yankees were out there on a little old bivouac or survey, I guess you call it, or scouting. And in the Quiver River, Quiver, the Quiver River is a big drainage, and in them days it was a fair sized river, but it ain't no major river. Nothing like the Mississippi. But anyway, they had this boat, the Dewdrop, anchored up there, and it had several thousand bushels of ear corn. And now look, you see the shuck is still on the outside of that. You see that's one side. See that's smooth. You can't see no corn kernels.
Yeah.
I mean that's still in the ear and dry corn. And the Yankees came up the other side of the Quiver and they saw that boat. And so they got into stealth mode, I guess you call it, and slipped up. And the Confederates that's supposed to be guarding the boat was up on the hill. And of course, back in them days, and even when I was growing up, they made whiskey in every patch of woods around here, and they done got a bunch of gallons of damn moonshine, and they was all sitting up there on the hill, on the bank up high, where they could catch a breeze, and they were sitting up there drinking whiskey around the fire, moonshine, and they done got drunk. The Yankees slipped down and set the damn boat on fire.
Oh, man.
It wasn't but 4 or 5 Yankees. And it was 30 Confederates up there drunk. And all they did was slip down, set the boat on fire. And it was a wooden boat, of course, and it's steam engine, but it was a wooden boat, and it was a side wheeler. It had paddles on the side. And it burnt to the water line with the drunks up, a bunch of drunk rednecks running around. What they gonna do to the fire? and it's down the hill, down in the drainage there. Anyway, it burnt and it sunk. With all that corn, it burnt. And most all of it burnt, I guess. And it went underwater. And it stayed underwater for 100 and however many years, 20 years ago was. And yeah, somebody's in the basement. Okay. But I don't see them. They're not in my basement.
Hello, Tim.
Who's in the basement?
I heard it beat, but
I don't see nobody.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone. Well, anyway, it burnt. And some people discovered that boat back in the 50s, 1950s. And they took a magnet out there and threw the magnet and pulled up some more iron and crap off of it. But anyway, this buddy of mine, an acquaintance, told me about it. And they want to know, did I have any way of, he had previous information to who I was. I come to find out. I had built a gold dredge. I built it. My daddy went in the encyclopedia and got the formula, and I built it. to dredge sandbars and stuff where these people swim to dredge up rings and stuff. Had 2-inch suction on it. I had built one, and this boy told me about it, and he knew where the boat was. And the first day we was over there with that dredge, it was in December, matter of fact. We dredged up 5 gallon buckets of this stuff. Some of it whole country. 5 gallon buckets. And you know that's the only piece of it I got left. I've given it all away to people, and of course he kept most of it. But we drove. Do y'all know what a thread tap is? You run threads with, with a wrench.
Yep.
I sucked up 2 of them things that day, and I said that's strange. That I didn't even know they had thread taps. And one was a 3/4 inch, and one was a 5/8. And I said, I don't know nothing about these things. And he had a pawn shop, and I told him, I said, yeah, he wanted to keep them. I went and got to studying. Well, that was thread taps that they used on the big cannons. You know, when they put the fuse in the back, the brass fuses.
Yeah.
And shoot them. Well, every once in a while they had to run them threads because that brass, when that explosion, that brass would fill the threads up, and the next fuse wouldn't screw in there good. And they were 3/4 and 5/8.
Wow.
And then amongst all that time, I discovered another campsite within 8 miles of where I'm sitting right now. And I told my partner about it. I went out there one day and I found 10 or 12 nice relics to make sure I'd found it. Went and told him about it. And I said, we got to get permission to go there. There's a farm field. He went and got permission for him to hunt it. Exclusively. In other words, I didn't have permission to go out there. He got himself permission to go out there and left me high and dry, partner. And he had the thread taps and all the corn, and I the hell with him. So I got screwed on that deal. But anyway, he sold 7 buttons out of there for 500 Louisiana buttons. Any Louisiana folks on here, the Louisiana Pelican buttons, Civil War Pelican buttons. 7 of them, $500 a piece, and one fella down in Vicksburg. And that ain't counting everything else he does. That's just them 5 buttons. But anyway, there's places that for people like that, and that's what I had to believe anyway. I don't see anybody else in the chat, in the cellar or nothing. But that's pretty interesting right there in itself. That piece of cone. DIE, whatever it is. Yeah. Y'all know what I'm talking about, thread tap. Ironclad ships, the Monitor and the Merrimack. Yeah. I just, we had the city class ironclads down here. They call them the city class. They came down the Mississippi River, and a guy named James Eads was the engineer and built them and sold them to the Union Army, Union Navy. And there was 5 of them. The Cincinnati, the Pittsburgh, the Mound City, the DeKalb, and the Chillicothe. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Chillicothe. It's that Chillic, whatever it is. I don't know what city it is, but it's they call it the city class. Chillicothe, the Pittsburgh, the Cincinnati, the DeKalb, and the Mound City. He designed and sold 5 of them to the Union Navy. He also designed the St. Louis Bridge that's still there today, that's in use. I think it's the St. Louis Railroad Bridge, maybe. James Eads, E-A-D-S, one of the most brilliant Americans that ever came through. Chillicothe, that's it. That's the word. Now, I don't know how you pronounce it, but that's the word. And that's enough for the history lesson. Let me get, where's my fisherman buddy? What is that, Chillicothe, Ohio, Matt? Am I close to right on that? Chillicothe, Ohio. Tim Molina gonna give me $1 for it. Yeah, and that's just 2 or 3 of the pieces I got over here out of the 1,000.
Well, I think I'm headed off to the bed.
Yep, it's about that time.
I'm getting kind of tired.
Here's a spark that came off of that boat. This is what it was put together with.
Wow.
It's square and it's shop built, you know, it's handmade. And I don't know how long that thing is. Well, it's at least 6 or 8 inches long.
Yeah.
That's what it's put together with, square. Okay, Troy, appreciate it, man.
Hey, appreciate you letting me come up. Lance, I'm glad to see you got 2 good ones.
Thank you, Troy.
We'll see everybody in chat. Y'all have a good night.
All right, Troy.
A good night, Troy.
We'll see you. Bye.
Well, Tim, I can just about guarantee you it wasn't Chillicothe, Texas. And it probably wasn't Chillicothe, Missouri. It probably is Chillicothe up in the showing up Yankee land. Because he was strictly a Union man. You think if you went up to the store now and bought a nail that side and threw it out there in the field or in the river, what would it look like in 170 years?
Probably depend what kind of nail you bought.
Yeah. Well, I could take this nail and sledgehammer, go out there and drive it in something. It's still that solid. The main is Chillicothe, Ohio. That's what I always figured, Matt. I don't know it for a fact, but I'm sure it was one of the Yankee states. Yeah. Man. Y'all know what I'm some of you guys. Y'all know what clay marbles are? Clay marbles. Do y'all know what clay marbles are?
I know what marbles are, but not clay marbles.
They're just clay marbles. Different colors. Different sizes.
Wow.
and, and I can't be rattling them around because they wake my wife up. But I've probably given, I used to, and I still do, but I'm hunting on the same places now. But used to, when I picked those clay marbles up out there in the field, I would give the landowner one marble for every child and grandchild they had.
Oh, wow.
And and sometimes I'd have to bring some from home, to give them away. I probably given away 200 of them through the years. 200, at least 200.
Man.
And that's how many. That's all I got left. But there's no way to date them because the Indians had them, the slaves had them,
Yep.
Civil War soldiers had them, and poor folks made them, and they throw the road, depending on what kind of clay they had, and put them in the fire. And they played marbles with them. Marbles is a centuries old game. They probably had them back in Egypt or somewhere. No way to tell how old they are unless you. I mean, I don't know how you tell how old they are. I know that the red ones are more valuable than any of the others for some reason. But man, they didn't know telling. What did you do with all those children, Coach? What are you talking about? Laughing at me? I just gave them all a marble. And look at, I don't even know if the landowner got the marbles to people or not. I just gave them to them as a thank you,
Yeah.
Yeah, they mix everything. Yeah, I guess so, man. I think you're right. But yeah. I just give it to them for thanking them for letting me be out there, because a lot of people don't know nothing about clay marbles. They don't, they don't even know they exist. I figured some of y'all have seen them before, especially living out there in that desert. I figured they'd be around. But there's one really nice one in there. I don't know if I can get how did I get that picture? This one right here.
Yep.
Man, that thing got some good color to it. And I don't even know where I found it. I don't know what part of the world I was in when I found it. I don't know. I never bought nothing. Oh, I did get I did sell one time, but it was a glass marble. I sold it for a 6-pack of Budweiser. But it was a regular glass marble. It wasn't no regular old glass marble. It was a beautiful marble. That marble would have been worth a lot of money for all I know. I know I made that boy pay me a 6-pack of beer before we ever saw it. I sure did that now. I sure made him. He saw that. He would. I wouldn't even let him look at it. No, I ain't gonna let you look at it. You told me you wanted a very pretty marble, and I found one. And I'll take a 6-pack of beer for it. Well, I need to look at it. I said, no, you ain't gonna look at it. You're gonna buy 6-pack of beer, you ain't gonna see the marble. Where is it? Now, this is in my pocket right here. I said, I'm telling you, the marble is worth a 6-pack of beer. You're gonna love it. And look, this is the second time I ever talked to this man. Second time. And the first time he says, you ever pick up any marbles? And I said, yeah, I pick up lots of marbles. He said, well, if you ever pick up a nice marble, I'd like to get it off of you. That's how it started. And 2, 3, 4 days later, I had picked up the prettiest, probably the prettiest marble I ever found. And it was regular glass marble. And it did not have one scratch on it. Yeah. Now, they're old marbles now, Dave. But anyway, when I got to the stores, I bought me a beer and we were sitting around there talking. And that boy's name was, the man's name was, damn, I want to say his name was, I can't remember his name. But anyway, he came in to get him a beer. He was knocked off from the farm. I asked him, I said, you still want the marble? He said, man, yeah, you got some, I collect them, you know. I said, he said, you got one? I said, I got one. I said, I got one you want. He let me see it. I said, no. I said, I'll give it to you for a 6-pack of Budweiser. It's the second time I ever talked to this guy now, Lance. He said, man, I ain't going to give you a 6-pack of beer without looking at the marble. I said, then you ain't going to look at the marble. And there's a bunch of guys in there. He said, you serious? And I said, yeah, I'm serious. I said, you told me you wanted, if I found a pretty marble, you want it. And I done found one. And I'm going to sell it to you for a 6-pack of beer. I don't want no damn $20. I don't want no $100. I want a 6-pack of Budweiser. He said, you got to be nuts. And he talked to the man at the store. He said, what kind of fella is he? And old Mike said, I don't know, but it don't sound like you're going to see that marble if you don't buy a 6-pack of beer. I went over and sat down in the booth and sitting there talking to some other guys there about deer hunting or something, you know, just sitting there. And he said, well, sitting around on a stool. In a minute, he walked back over. He said, man, I want to see that marble. I said, look, I done told you. How many times I got to tell you? You charge a 6-pack of Budweiser, bring it back in, we'll put it, you know, it's one of them country stores where you buy a 6-pack of beer and bring it to the cooler back there where you sit.
Uh-huh.
Y'all probably don't know nothing about that kind of stuff, but anyway, we got them kind of places here. And I just can't. He went on back and I kept on talking. And in a minute, I was kind of watching him out of the corner of my eye because I was going to give him the damn marble. You know, I wasn't going to let him leave there without the marble because I knew he'd give me a 6-pack of beer for it. If I showed it to him, I was just having fun, you know, just with all his friends sitting around, and I was a stranger, except I knew the guy that owned the place pretty good. And anyway, I saw him get up to leave, and I leaned back and kind of looked, and he went straight to that beer box. And he come back in there with a 6-pack of short Budweiser. He went and sat it down on that table. And I ain't going to say exactly what he said, but it was a cuss word. And then he called me a cuss word. And it's 3 letters. No, it's 4 letters. 4 words. And I reached my pocket and handed him that marble. And I thought his boy was going to faint. He got that marble and got over in the light and was holding it, and he loved that damn marble.
Wow.
It was beautiful. It was one of those German-made glass marbles.
Oh, wow.
It's probably worth $40, $50. Did not have one chink on it from being in the field. All them years, you know, that's the value of a marble is it can't have any pops on it. Well, plow hit it or something. You know,
Right.
got to be perfect, and it was perfect. And I wished I had a picture of it. All right, Matt. See you later. He was tickled to death with it, and from then on, I guess I never did pick up another marble. Never did run. You know, that was worth giving to him. But I reckon if I found another pretty marble, I reckon I could have told him I need a case of beer. I believe he'd have gone up there and gotten it. He was, he had no imperfection. I believe he would have given me a case of beer for the second marble. He
You know,
said,
that's amazing how that marble wasn't nothing wrong with it.
"Man, look here, Lance. I got 1830, 1830s, 1840s, 1850s, 1860s, 1870s, 1880s coins, silver coins back here
Yeah.
in these jars. Stacks of them that I done found out there in the field. And some of them look like it just been dropped. And
Wow.
they've been farming in fields for over 200 years. Now some of them have some scratches on them,
Right.
but some of them are perfect. They don't have no scratches at all. I mean, you can look at them with a magnifying good loop, and ain't nothing. Some of them still got luster around the edges. You know that I call it luster. I don't know what the proper term is. Some of them still got luster around them. I don't know how that happens because they got fertilizer out there and all them chemicals and all them plows and through the centuries. Well, through a couple of centuries anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it lasts so long. Yeah, Germany was the big collector's item, Tim.
Yeah.
The German marbles were, and I don't have very many of them. I found a couple, but you know, I've given a lot of stuff away. The only thing I've ever sold, I sold a marble for a 6-pack of beer, and I sold a baggage claim, a brass baggage claim. I don't know what you call it, but it was brass from a railroad that was here prior to the Civil War. And I sold it for a 6-pack of Budweiser. But it's in the museum now. It's a museum piece.
Oh, wow.
They put it in the museum. I think these Arkansas boys might know is the museum in McGee or Dumas, Arkansas. I believe it's McGee. They got a railroad museum over there. And I believe that's the museum this guy donated this to. He was a big railroad collector. And he donated his collection to 2 different museums. And I think this one went, and he bought this thing from me when he found out I metal detected. He contacted me and asked me if I have any railroad related stuff.
Uh-huh.
And for the coin, no, if I had 2 of them, I'd send you one, but I ain't got but one, Tim. And it doesn't mean much to me, even though it was a railroad ran from Memphis to Jackson, Mississippi to New Orleans. It's the Memphis, the MJNO or something. I don't know. It had initials on it, but anyway, it was in good shape, perfect shape, no scratches, brass. You know, you'd have to clean it up to make it shine like it used to, but I didn't shine. All I did was brush it off good and get the dirt off of it. But yeah, I gave it to him for a 6-pack of beer, and it's $100 piece. You know, if I wanted to sell it, I wouldn't have taken less than $100 for it. But he wanted it, and he told me he was quite frank what he was going to do with it. So yeah, I give a lot of stuff away, different things.
And now it's sitting in a museum, so
Yeah, that's right. Somebody else will get to see it if anybody gives a damn about that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's fun to find. It's fun to do the research and track down and actually find the stuff
yeah.
and fulfill all that research.
Yep. Well, that's our country's history too. So I mean,
As much as they want to destroy it, they can't get rid of the history. It's there.
yep.
You know, well, I don't even know where some of this. I got a piece that CP seen Chuck Cornering. I don't know if I've ever showed it on here or not. But I found a wonderful piece of black history 2 years ago. A wonderful piece that if I was in partners with or buddies with the NAACP, if I knew anybody that was a big wheel in the NAACP,
Mm-hmm.
I'd get me a chunk of money for this piece. I ain't talking about a little bit of money. I'm talking about a chunk of money. I'm gonna put this up, man. I don't know where I got it put. I don't know where it is. Yeah, no, no, no. No. I'll have to look somewhere else. I'm just looking real close to the computer right now because I don't remember where I got it put. There it is. I didn't believe I'd find it. I've got it carded. I'm gonna show it to you first.
Oh,
Can y'all see that?
yep.
That's one side of it. And then that's the back side of it. Half moon with a star. All right, and it says around it, it says, let me find it. Damn, I ain't got my glasses. It says, ex-slave, mutual relief, bounty, and pension international association of the USA. Ex-slave, mutual relief, bounty, and pension Association. No, National Ex-Slave. National Ex-Slave. Let me read it. National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief Bounty and Pension Association of the United States, USA.
Wow.
All right. And this thing was founded in 1896 in Nashville, Tennessee. And it was founded by a man and a woman, ex-slaves. No, that's not Muslim. And it was an organization. Y'all need to read up on it. They really got screwed. They declared them a communist organization, and this and that and the other, and disbanded them. And I think the woman or the man, one went to prison. There's a long history of it. And they started this organization that you put money into, and they were going to get money from the government and help with the ex-slaves, help the ex-slaves with medical and medical education, all kinds of things, which was going to be a good thing if it was run right, when they wasn't embezzling the money and stealing the money. But
Right.
that was the insignia. That was the card you got. If you donated money to this thing, that was what you got. You got that thing there. Y'all can read it right there. It's written. I wrote all the way around it so I could know what it was. But there's only like 3 or 4 of these things known to exist.
Wow.
And the ones that I've got right here, this one is in the best shape of any of them I've seen. The examples of, no, I know it, Tim. Well, that's a neat piece right there. And I could sell that to the right person for a lot of money if I wanted to sell it. Yeah. But the card's not big enough to write all of the history, and I'm not one that's going to copy all that stuff and put it on a big piece of paper. And you can look it up for yourself, and if you want to look it up, it's the National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief Bounty and Pension Association of the USA. And the federal government got involved, and they hammered these people and got a bunch of them. We got one of them, I believe it was a female they sent to prison.
Jeez.
Was the anniversary of this, Tim? Is that what you're saying? It was the anniversary of this association? Tim's looking it up as we speak. And this thing here was in a cotton field, had been farmed for no telling how many years, man.
Right.
You about ready to close it down?
Yeah. I'm about to. It's almost one. It's 4 minutes to 1. I'm about to pack it up. Head to the house. It's cold enough up here. I'm gonna leave the fish outside in the cooler.
Yeah, wait a minute, Lance. Don't leave. I'm fixing to give Tim a history lesson. What was held in Memphis, Tim? Give me the name of the association, Tim, that was held in Memphis. The meeting. You done got on the benevolent order of the benevolent souls of something else. I'm finna give Tim a little history lesson. What's the name of the association that held a meeting in Memphis? Order of the Benevolent something or others. Hold up, Lance.
Yep.
He's gonna come back with it. He got a ex-slave bounty. And that was held in Memphis. You sure it wasn't the? I don't know. I do know. What I do know is the first meeting of the what became, and I can't never remember the name of it, because it's too long for me to remember. Okay, well there you go. It could have been, because that's interesting to know. I'm sorry for doubting your word. I do know also that the first meeting of what became the NAACP was held in Memphis. Okay, 1898. Well, you read it, you might bound to know. But I do know that, and I wish I could remember the name of the thing. I got it written down. I got a book on it here the guy wrote. But the first meeting of what became the NAACP was held in Memphis. Cali something. Yeah, I think you're right. That sounds right. But anyway, the first, and it was the Order of the Benevolent something or other, something or other, something or other. And it became the NAACP. And the first speaker at the meeting, the first guest speaker that they ever had, was Nathan Bedford Forrest. And he was a Confederate cavalry general in the Civil War. And he was invited to be the first guest speaker. And this was before, this was way before this 1898 meeting. This was a few years after the Civil War. Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe it was held. I'm sure you're right. You're reading it. Yeah, that's it. Mutual relief. Yeah, you're right. If I read that, it didn't sink in. It didn't sink in. Yeah, it's founded in 96 in Nashville. And I guess the first meeting was in Memphis. That makes sense. All that's tied in with Dr. Martin Luther King. And it's all pretty historical. Especially the NAACP part of it. Because this thing here didn't last long. This pension deal didn't last long. Of course, we know the NAACP has lasted a long time.
Yeah.
But it's also interesting that Nathan Bedford Forrest was the first guest speaker at the first NAACP meeting. That would be I imagine I could ask 75,000 black people who the first speaker of it, and I doubt any of them would ever guess it was Nathan Bedford Forrest. Yeah, that's right. That's what I said. They didn't want that organization going, so it was trumped up charges. And I'm assuming that would have been I'm assuming that was federal government, not state government. I read all about it, but I just didn't know. It didn't register that it was in Memphis. What in the world got me hemmed up here? I can't close the door no more. Man, my wife don't have a stroke while I wait till her. I'm just going to leave that sitting there till tomorrow because I can't figure out how to close it. All right. All right, we ready to shut this thing down, Lan?
Yep. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, man, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was fun.
We down to 14 folks, and I guess probably a bunch of them have gone to bed. And they just left the TV on, left the computer running.
Yeah, I'm gonna get loaded up and I'm gonna head to the house. I'm only 5 minutes from the house, so
Oh, okay. All right, good.
yeah. I'm right on the Sheboygan River, so I'll be home in about 5 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll be waiting on the check. I'm appreciative. I know you're going to be most appreciative. I'll see you later, man.
All right. Thanks for having me up.
Okay, bud. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Tim. I'll see y'all later. I don't know. Everybody else is still in here. You went to bed, woke up, I'm still talking. Yeah, shit. I'll get into some of them moods sometime. But I'm fixing to go to bed now. Close it down. I enjoyed everybody coming up and enjoyed showing off the stuff and visiting with everybody. And I hope you liked it. I hope I didn't make nobody mad talking about the Civil War. See y'all again. Bye.